Good morning, Jackie. Jackie probably sleep. It's a great time. Good morning, Brenda. Good morning, Brenda.
Good morning, Carolyn. How are you? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Carolyn. Good morning, Brenda. Good morning, iPad lady.
Good morning, Ann.
I missed you guys yesterday.
Who said it?
I did, and
Oh, hi, Ann. How you feeling?
I'm feeling better. I was at the hospital all day yesterday from 11 to about 7 o'clock last.
Oh, that's a long time.
I wound up in the emergency room from the doctor's office. So.
Oh, okay. Your asthma?
Oh yeah, that the cough and anybody that's got any kind of respiratory condition, do not open your windows, your doors, and anything today.
Right.
You don't have to go out, stay in.
Amen. Cause my sinus is kicking now.
Yeah, because that smoke from Canada, from the fire, is really getting real crazy.
Yeah.
Bad air quality day, so.
Yes.
That's what I was going to, hi, and y'all, everybody.
That's
what I was going to tell you, and that day you was sick, I was going to tell you it's probably coming from the outside, too.
Well, I told him, when you come in the first door, make sure that you close the door real quick. Get in, throw whatever you got to just throw it in front of you, close that door, and then open that inside door. Which cat is this, Denise?
That's the same one, the boy Jazzy.
Jazzy.
Put Fluffy up there, back up there.
Oh, okay.
She jealous. She want her picture shown too.
Okay.
But Jazzy's nosy. He loves people though.
Okay.
Like around a lot of people. But the other one, she real quiet.
Okay, here's somebody else with the iPad.
Where y'all kitty cats?
Mine was in there when I was talking to Bridget. But she decided.
Good morning.
She says too many people. She'll be back.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is Louise Allimore.
Oh, hi, Miss Louise. You need to put your name on the.
I'm going to do it right now.
Okay, darling. Okay, and there's another lady up. She has glasses and she's got talking on her phone. She did. She changed it. Pamela Sue. Swank. Yeah. Good morning. Oh, there's another Ann on here.
Yeah, and
Bates. Annie
Bates.
Bates. Hi, Ann Bates.
How do you mute it? You know, it says mute.
Do you know how to unmute, baby? Miss Annie. Good morning, Miss Ann. How you doing?
And how do I fix it so it's not?
Pamela, you need to, okay.
But I feel like every day since has been a big day. Surprise.
How you feeling today, Miss Annie Bates?
Fine. So.
Good.
That's good. Yeah.
Make people feel better about themselves. Great. But it's
Get my little cake.
That was crazy yesterday, wasn't it, y'all, about the little girl funeral?
Yes, yeah.
That is getting to be ridiculous.
What is wrong with these people?
I know.
I mean, God, you've already killed the woman's child. Now you're gonna shoot up the child's funeral or at the cemetery or whatever that was all about. I mean,
That's
people.
ridiculous.
It's that you know. Last night I just sat here and I said, God, please stop this. This is so terrible. Our children are trying to wipe themselves out. There won't be anybody to care on the future because they're gonna kill each other.
Yep, I know. That's crazy. I think a lot of people have a lot of serious depression going on and stressed out, and they just don't even think first. They don't think first. They just act. You know, and you can't. I mean, you could do what you want to do, but I mean, think first before you act.
They're not thinking, and a lot of people don't know God. That's another. The devil is running rapid, and all this credibility about how cred you are, and somebody dish you because they looked at you wrong. What is that? That's crazy.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hi,
Good
Alex.
morning.
Hey, Alex.
Hello. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's indoors because it is a beast outside. Just came from
I
outside,
was just
so.
telling them, Alex, that they said that don't open the door. If you don't have to go out, don't go out.
I'm
Yeah.
not.
I missed you yesterday, Alex.
Things,
I was at the hospital all day yesterday, Alex. So I didn't get home till 7 o'clock last night.
Oh, okay. And I was getting ready for today, so I don't normally get on the Tuesday evenings, but I hope whoever did attend that it was a good session. So we'll be starting in about 5 minutes, everyone. So please, I need everyone to turn off their TVs. I've heard of 1 or 2 TVs in the background, so please turn off your TVs and silence your cell phones, please. Thank you so much.
Okay, dear.
But yeah, it's already June, so this year is flying by like it's nobody's business.
I know.
And it's the 7th day of June. Next week it'll be the 17th of June, and the next thing we know, it'll be December 1st, and we'll all be real crazy about it.
It'll already, man. If you think about it, it's less than 1 month from 4th of July. So I mean, it's coming.
What's today, Alex?
Today's the 7th.
See, I got you. No, what day say it on that email?
He forgot too.
What? It say today's the 7th?
No, on the email, baby. It's community
World Caring Day.
Every
day.
Right.
Oh,
there you go, Brenda.
Every day.
I got you
Every day
back,
should be
Alex.
World Caring Day.
I got you back.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Oh my, that warms my heart. You know that, that you look through it. And yes, I understand that there's definitely a lot going on in DC and the surrounding areas with the environment and with the folks. But I just want to please implore you guys just to really just stay positive. And again, like I always say, it's good to recognize what's happening, but it's just really just focus on the positive and move forward, because you know that's just how you survive. You know, you can't get all that bad stuff in your head. That really does affect you in a lot of ways. So, you know, when you see it, you know, do what you do, but you know, just really, you know, move on, because there's always another day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Mhm.
You're
got
right.
that right, Alex.
You're right, Alex. Just wasting good time worrying about something you can't do anything about. It's not in our power to do it. That's the way I feel.
Definitely.
Not in my power. If
I
could-
agree with you, Gracie.
Yes. Not in my power.
But yeah, it's the 7th next week, or next Friday's our celebration, and I'll be already the 16th of the month, and we have Father's Day, we have Juneteenth off on that Monday, and then after that it'll be the 20th of the month. Like, can you believe it?
Yep.
Mhm.
That day on firecracker day coming up.
Ooh.
Well, the firecrackers have already started since
I
May.
know.
It already started.
Uh-huh. Crazy.
It's cool though. I was going down from my friend's house, and right above the Safeway, I just saw the display. It was like at 10 or 11 at night, so it was cool. In that regard, I don't know what they were doing. I think that was like a week ago, or not this past Saturday, but the Saturday beforehand. But it was nice to see.
Uh-huh. Wow.
You know,
But
a lot of
that-
them get their fireworks early because it's a place in Breezewood, Pennsylvania that
Yes,
sells fireworks.
I've been there.
Yeah, me too. I've never been to that place, but I've been to Breezewood, and that's where they get them fireworks. 'Cause I got a cousin that's he's a fanatic with them fireworks. He go up there and spend all that money. I can't see it.
Oh.
Money up.
When I went up there, I think me and my friend, well, she was the one that went. I stayed in the car, but they went to like 3 places up there to get fireworks. So that was an experience right there.
They even sent me a postcard telling me they were
Yeah, in the mail.
I
Uh-huh.
thought, what the heck? I thought, look, I'm too old for fireworks. I don't have time for that.
But these kids don't know how to use them properly. They get these other ones.
That loud stuff.
Yeah, and they set the trash cans on fire. I done seen them set grills and couches that be by the trash. Just and then laugh about it. Big old fire.
It's really terrible.
Yeah. And little kids lighting their own fireworks now. They got cigarette lighters. Lighting their own fireworks. I'm like, the mamas give it to them. I'm like,
Oh my
wow.
goodness.
Yeah. Things change, I tell you. Ain't like it used to be. And you know, you used to buy them rockets. Them things so little now, and then half the stuff don't even shoot.
I remember last year I was with my friend and we were doing fireworks. I didn't want to have nothing to do with that. I just wanted to watch. I wasn't lighting up nothing.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I know, right? I too. I'm like, them things, they just a lot of money. That's called a lot of smoke. You pay for a lot of smoke.
Smoke.
Mhm.
All that money for a lot of smoke.
Yeah.
Hi, Miss Maria. How are you?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you on, Miss Maria.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Miss Catalina.
Hi.
Hi, Miss Catalina. Always nice to
Hello.
see you on as well.
Mm,
We're gonna get started in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
I got radio on.
Yes, I do hear a TV, so just everyone, just please be mindful, of your TVs, of your cell phones. I mean, the iPad is such a wonderful device. Like even the mic on it, and it just with the device itself, it's very good, and you don't have to speak that loud for you to be heard and such. But that's why, again, I make sure to check occasionally if I'm on mute or if I unmute, just to regroup and know where I'm at. So that's what I do too. I remember one time I was in a work training a couple of years ago on Zoom, and I forgot I was on mute, and I got on the phone. And then like 2 minutes later, they were like, "We can hear your conversation." I was like, "Oh shoot!"
And you can't forget. Yeah.
And Alex, a while back, I was looking at a program on, I think it was Sunday morning, CBS Sunday morning, and it had this device that you sit next to your iPad, and it'll tell you whether you are muted or if you can be heard.
Oh, I mean, I think I seen something like that on Shark Tank.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Oh,
remember
wow.
seeing that episode. So they have different types of those things, but yeah, they're really cool.
Yeah, I think that's good. I mean, especially for us seniors, you maybe don't realize that you're unmuted, and
Right.
people can hear your conversation. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Miss Geraldine, I heard about that story you were telling us about yesterday. It happened in Florida. Yeah, and the lady shot the woman through the door.
Oh yeah, I heard it this
because
morning.
Florida has a stand your ground law, and they finally arrested her.
Did they arrest her?
They arrested the lady, yes.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Yes.
Well, when Trump gets on the case, they make, everybody moves. He's a lawyer for the but that was awful for her to kill that lady in front of her son.
Exactly. Yeah, it was terrible. And the lady, she didn't have a weapon or anything. She was just knocking on the door, and the woman shot her through the door.
Shot her through the door.
I'm glad they got that woman. That's terrible.
Yeah, and her son was standing right beside her when she shot her dead.
Yeah, she had 4 children. That's awful.
Bless her heart.
Yeah.
Again, I hope everyone's having a wonderful morning.
These
Happy
people are
Wednesday.
going crazy.
It's
they're crazy.
All right.
It's the middle of the week, you guys. So we just as Brenda would say, we holding on, right?
That's right. We're holding on.
Yeah.
Holding on.
You know what they call Wednesday, Alex?
Yeah. What do they call Wednesday?
Hump day.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Especially if you were working.
But yeah, so again, welcome to today's class. It's always a pleasure to present for you guys and share new information. As I always do, I'm going to go over the rest of the week, you guys, through our daily email. So yes, again, make sure that you guys read this email every day. It changes the image, the library flyer, any changes to events and such. So it's really important that you look at this email Monday through Friday every day. So yes, today is World Caring Day, which the image was so cute I had to use it. but yes, it's just really important nowadays to really just stay positive and to help others. When you help others, you also help yourself as well. So it's really important just to be again positive, to be mindful, and to have compassion and empathy for others, especially during some of these troubling times. So yes, today we'll be doing apps for education. So I had a lot of fun creating it, so I can't wait to present it. We have Howard University today for our lunch club. We're going to be presenting on Health Portal Access, so please get on if you're able to. Again, they're only on once a month. This is the 3rd part of their 4-part series, so please come on, and you can also ask some questions about any supplements or medications. They're there to assist. Last but not least, we have Module 2 today, buttons and accessibility features on your iPad. So please check those out if you're able to. Today, the Zoom will not end until the end of the last session, so please stay on and experience what we offer on Wednesdays. On Thursday, we have the lunch club. presented by Teresa. And in the afternoon, we have DC Public Library. They're going to be doing their open mic program. So I know you guys were preparing for that previously.
Hi, Titus.
So please take advantage of that. Last but not least, in the morning on Friday, Teresa's going to cover the iPad security system. So your hardware security, your software security, the operating system security, things of that nature. Last but not least, I'll be covering email on your iPad. So always more to learn about email. So that's the time to ask questions, and you guys always ask wonderful questions. So I look forward to that. This is the library flyer. Of course, again, it changes every day. You get to see the 4 upcoming and booked trainings that are available to you if you need any in-person assistance with any like multi-step processes regarding your iPad. The library is really the way to go if you want that in-person assistance. If you want to make a reservation, please call our help desk at that 6868 number or email the library email. If you could also email me if you'd like, but I always, I check the library email every day. So please email them if you'd like to participate in any of these trainings. We have our Juneteenth celebration on the 16th, but today's the last day to sign up. You can simply sign up by tapping on the flyer in the email. You see when I do that, it takes you straight to the Google form, where then you can just submit some information like what you need assistance with, what talent you'd like to perform. So please fill that out if you'd like to participate. Today is the last day to sign up. And then June is Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month, which is why I chose this topic for today's training. Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month is observed in June annually. It is a month dedicated to raising awareness about Alzheimer's disease, as well as other brain disorders and conditions that affect cognition and brain health. The aim is to promote understanding, educate the public, and provide support to individuals and families impacted by these conditions. Various activities, events, and initiatives are organized to encourage early detection, promote brain healthy lifestyles, and support advancements in treatment and care for Alzheimer's and other brain-related conditions. So yes, every week I do a write-up on, it's June, so whatever's happening in June, and it's just more information for you guys to be aware of. So without further ado, today we'll be covering apps for education. And before I get started, I mean, just for me, myself, education was really there when, a lot of folks weren't, just learning more, and, getting that knowledge is really powerful in a lot of ways. So I hope you like the apps that I chose for us to go over. And again, as I always say, you all are the creme de la creme of the program.
Oh, Alex, you're singing.
I was just getting ready to come.
Breaking up, Alex.
So again, thank you so
Alex.
much.
Alex, you're breaking
Breaking
up.
up. You're singing. Guitar playing, like they tell me.
Can you hear me now? You
Yes.
guys? Okay, thank you for letting me know. Please let me know if you cannot hear me or see the screen.
Okay, dear.
Yeah, so again, as I always say, you guys are the creme de la creme of the program. So again, I want to appreciate all of your participation, and I hope you learned something new today. So if you could give me a second, I'd love to read the disclaimer. The WildTech DC Senior iPad program, its owners and presenters offer technical assistance, virtual health, well-being information designed for educational purposes only. You should not rely on the information in any applications or topics made by WildTech, including but not limited to mobile and device applications, and any social media pages maintained by the WildTech DC Senior iPad program, its owners or presenters, as a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, treatment, or legal advice. Thank you so much for letting me read the disclaimer. And again, please let me know if you can't see me or hear me or see what's on the screen. I'd appreciate it. So today, we will be covering why is education important and the significance of lifelong learning. We're covering 3 apps today. One is Duolingo, a language learning app, dictionary.com, where you can view definitions and a thesaurus available to you, and Khan Academy, where you can learn about different topics through videos, through exercises, etc. Last but not least, we'll be doing an overview and a discussion as always, and discuss how education has positively impacted your life. So let's go ahead and get started. So why is education important? To some, maybe a silly question, but this is a question that really needs to be like internally realized and and understood. So what is lifelong learning? Lifelong learning refers to the ongoing voluntary pursuit of knowledge and skills throughout one's entire life. It is the continuous process of acquiring new knowledge and expanding skills beyond the traditional formal education years. So I think this is really important because nowadays people, you go to elementary school, middle school, high school, college, and then bam, you're in the workforce. Like you're not supposed to learn anymore, but it's quite the opposite. You need to still continue to learn for many, many, many of the reasons that we're gonna go over. But in other words, the opportunities to learn more remain even after, again, we graduate, we earn a new degree, we get a promotion or reach a goal. This is a lifelong process, okay? So some key characteristics of lifelong learning include the lifespan perspective. So again, learning opportunities exist at every stage of life. And again, it extends beyond formal education. So again, even after you're done with school, it's still very important to keep learning and to keep getting new knowledge. Also, it's personal growth. It expands your knowledge and skills. It enhances your critical thinking, and it promotes a sense of purpose within yourself. So for me, that, that purpose and just having that knowledge is really the main thing in realizing what you're capable of and what you can teach others or share to improve your life. So I really resonate with that. And last but not least is social engagement. So learning encourages social interaction, and it contributes to a collective learning and societal progress. So what we're doing right now with this Zoom, what we've been doing, this program has been doing for 2 years now. It's we're learning, but we're also having a social conversation. So again, we're getting the best of both worlds in that respect. So these 3 characteristics are really what you need to think of when you think of lifelong learning. Some benefits of lifelong learning, it improves your cognitive health. Ongoing learning helps sharpen cognitive health and memory and recalling skills. Again, so important. When you keep learning, you keep intaking information, and you're just learning better how to absorb that information, especially if it's something like regarding the same topic. So if you take, they say it takes 10,000 hours to master a skill, correct? So that when you keep learning more about a specific topic, it'll just become even more internalized in your body, and you can then, you don't even have to think about it. You can just express yourself in the way that you want because you have that knowledge in your brain. It also increases positive emotions. Lifelong learning may boost overall mood by helping you focus on new skills or hobbies, which is basically a morale boost, because yes, it feels good to learn something new, and especially something that you like. So for me, like for example, I like cooking. It always feels so good when you find a new method of cooking something, even something as basic as chicken, when you cook chicken in a new way, or even beef or pork or whatever it is, there's always an innovation. And once you realize an innovation and actually execute it, it makes you feel really good. So definitely it makes you feel happy. Last but not least, that you get to maintain your activity levels. Continued education can improve your physical health and not succumb to being sedentary, because people that are lifelong learners actually tend to be in a better physical health, because those new skills and hobbies most of the time force you to go out and about and either learn or execute what you want to learn. So there's a lot of little nuances about lifelong learning that really do benefit you in the long run. So these are some benefits of lifelong learning. Next, we're going to watch a video on how to embrace life learning. So not sure if any of you are still in the workforce, but if not, there is still a lot of great information in this video where then you can apply it to your life in any way that you see fit. So I'm going to go ahead and start the video. And I found it quite interesting myself. So again, just if you cannot hear the video, please let me know. I'd appreciate it.
Grammarly Go is the only generative AI product that you need. It's easy to use in the...
What is the one thing you wish you knew how to do? Close your eyes and let your mind find the answer. I guarantee you already have something in mind. Why? Because all of us were sold on the idea that we had to choose a path and stick to it. Or rather, make serious decisions about a path in life at an early age. And then we realized there are other interesting things out there, maybe even more attractive than the path we chose. So, you have an idea in mind, a subject or skill. That's perfect, because now I plan to be the guidance counsellor you never had, and tell you the truth.
Never too late.
It's never too late. You're capable of far more than you'd believe. Becoming a lifelong learner is one of the great unlocks of life. Refuse to be defined by your college degree or a specific talent. It's time to realise that there's a huge world out there, and you've only scratched the surface. There are many reasons you should adopt this mentality. Before we discuss how to kick your brain into higher gear, let's identify why. 1. Professional goals. The easiest one to connect to a tangible benefit. Nearly every skill you have learned in school will become outdated. I remember taking a summer course in college that covered an intro to Adobe Flash. The program is gone, but the principles and technical skills crossed into other areas. But only if I was willing to continue learning on my own. Once you land that first job, you'll be handed a barrage of things to learn. From applications to social skills, the list is endless. Lifelong learning is essential to stay sharp in your career field. 2. Leadership opportunities. Some of the best leaders are those who understand a variety of skills, even if they aren't masters of every single one. The best directors I've worked with understand cinematography, lighting, and screenplay. Are they experts in each field? Not necessarily, but they have taken it upon themselves to learn laterally, beyond the scope needed. When you can appreciate and speak to a broad set of topics, you can relate to far more people, especially people looking to you for direction. 3. Health. I know, taking care of your health is obvious. Yet, many don't focus on mental health as much as they should. I'm not talking about the emotional toll from watching Justice League. No, I'm talking about brain health and cognitive capacity. Studies show that continued education will strengthen the health of your brain. Furthermore, it will fight off the onset of dementia and Alzheimer's. 4. Satisfaction. This is the one that's difficult to measure, but you will notice. People love to tell you what you can or can't do, but rarely do adults tell themselves otherwise. Forget that. One of the great joys in life is deciding to learn something new and achieving the goal. In turn, sharing with others is equally satisfying. And In the end, you've taken full control of the person you've become. You're sitting there thinking, yeah, I have always wanted to learn how to draw dog portraits in charcoal. I'm going to do it. I applaud your enthusiasm. We need more people like you, and more of that kind of art. Cats get too much fame on the internet. Now, let's talk about action. 1. Reframe your goal. If you haven't already done so, I want you to think about the word education. Just that word. Now, think about the experiences that come to mind. If you are envisioning a classroom or general uncomfortableness, clear your mind.
So important. When I think of education, I do not think of a classroom anymore. Like an actual physical classroom, you have to sit on a desk and listen to somebody talk for however amount of time. Very important. There are many different avenues of learning. So just don't think of the classroom, especially if that wasn't your favorite part of growing up. There are now many, many different ways of learning. So yes, clear your mind.
You must realize that lifelong learning is an opportunity. It's a chance to enrich your life, and it's within your control. It can be your secret, your North Star. Nobody can take it away. 2. Find your learning style. Not all students learn the same way in school. Some are visual, while others are auditory, reading, writing, and kinesthetic learners. Those students grow up to be us, adults who still have those learning styles. Determine your preferred way to take in new information. Think about the last time someone shared or taught you something, and it really stuck. Identify how they communicated that information. That's your learning style. 3. Identify your interests. The best part about this kind of pursuit is that it can be selfish. Choose something that you love and want to know more about. It's that simple. I had always loved photography, yet I only took one photo class in college. It wasn't until post-grad life that I bought a camera, photography books, and devoted my time to learn the skill. And yet, it doesn't even need to be something you plan to monetize. Enriching your life doesn't mean you need to enrich your bank account.
Definitely.
4. Growth mindset. The foundation of everything here comes down to your mindset. The term growth mindset was originally coined by psychologist Carol Dweck. She determined that there are differing views of one's own learning and intelligence. Those with a growth mindset believe they can learn more, not limited by prior experiences. The opposite view? A fixed mindset. The belief that you are limited by your inherent talents or perceived intelligence. The truth is that your brain is far more malleable than you can believe. Research on brain plasticity shows that connectivity between neurons can change with experience. In short, it is scientifically proven that you can learn far more than you've been led on. Talk about a silver lining to being wrong. It all comes down to wanting to do and be more. We've talked about the reasons why it's beneficial. You get it, and we've discussed how to build that growth mindset that we both know you already have. Life is a learning experience. There is no way around it. What better way to live than by taking an active part in that? Let's recap the benefits. You'll grow your professional skill set. Leadership opportunities will be created. It benefits your health. You will feel so very satisfied. Let's recap your to-do list. Reframe learning as an opportunity. Find your preferred learning style. Identify your interests. Adopt a growth mindset.
Yes, lots of great little tidbits in this video. So I hope you learned something from it. And you most of the time, I like to find a quote that just really resonated with me. And for a minute or two, we're going to discuss it. So I found this quote from Michael J. Gelb. He is an American nonfiction author, an executive coach, and management consultant. So yes, that is him right here. And he wrote all of these books, and he's still writing. The one that interested me the most is How to Think Like Leonardo da Vinci. So that's really interesting. But he said that research shows that you begin learning in the womb and go right on learning until the moment you pass on. Your brain has a capacity for learning that is virtually limitless, which makes every human a potential genius. So could I get one or two folks to respond to this quote and how they perceived it? You can go ahead and unmute.
Alex, how did Leonardo da Vinci think? Can you expand on that?
No, that's just one of his books. I didn't get a chance to look at it, but I just thought that was interesting. The most interesting that I would read. But would you like to comment on the quote that you see here, Yvonne?
Well, let's see. You pass on, your brain is capacity for learning is virtually limitless, which makes every human a potential genius. Yes, I think it's important to learn your learning style, because we all have different ways of acquiring and retaining information. So I think it's important to at least be able to identify which approach best enables you to learn something new. And I think to that extent, being a genius, that's all relative. I don't think there's any dyed-in-the-wool definition of a genius or an aptitude level. So I think in many ways we are potential geniuses, or we might be not only potential, but geniuses. I think of how Ronald performed in our talent contest, and how talented he was with what he presented, and the gentleman who did the music. And everyone, to some extent, acquired and displayed a level of genius.
Yes, yes.
That's all I have to say about it.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Yvonne. I appreciate that, and I 100% agree. So again, thank you so much. Geraldine, how did this quote, what does this mean to you?
It means that you start learning even in the womb. Learning takes place even before you're born, and it takes place until you die. And it means that the brain is malleable. It adjusts, it grows throughout life to accommodate the learning that you're getting. So that's what it means to me.
Oh, yes. I, again, definitely agree. Thank you so much, Geraldine. Last for now, if you would like to quote later on, please save your thoughts until the end. But Lynette, go ahead and unmute Lynette, and you can go ahead and respond to this quote. Lynette, you there, Lynette?
Okay, yes, I just got to unmute. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I just want to piggyback on what Geraldine and the other young lady said about learning from the time you're in the womb to the time you die. And I feel that my brain has really stretched over the years. I've stretched out learning things that I didn't think I wanted to learn, that I learned so much from. And I feel like I'm a genius.
Oh, yes. It's all about that mentality. So yes, the growth mindset, which is what clearly you have, versus the fixed mindset. So I'm I'm really happy to hear that. So thank you, Lynette, for your comment. We appreciate it. Yes.
Okay.
So yes, it's really just made me think that basically everyone is capable of everything as long as you put your mind to it. So that's what I got from this quote. But yes, we're about to go into our navigation. So again, we'll be covering 3 apps today: Duolingo, Dictionary.com, and Khan Academy. So let's go ahead and get started. So Duolingo language lessons. Duolingo is a popular language learning app that offers an interactive and gamified approach to learning new languages. There are 40 plus languages to learn. You can earn points, complete levels, and unlock achievements. And there are different exercises like listening, speaking, reading, and writing exercises. This app has gained popularity for its accessible approach, making it a convenient and enjoyable tool for language learners of all ages and proficiency levels. So I also have a quick video here just talking about the story behind Duolingo's mission from the founder of Duolingo.
My name is Luis Fonan. I am the CEO and co-founder of Duolingo. About 5 years ago, I wanted to work on something that was related to education. A lot of people talk about education as something that brings equality to different social classes, but I always saw it as the opposite, something that brings inequality. Because what happens is that people who have a lot of money can buy themselves the best education in the world, whereas people who don't have very much money barely learn how to read and write, particularly in developing countries. So what we wanted to do was something that would give equal access to education to everybody. If you learn English in a non-English speaking country, your job prospects increase by a lot. You can make between 25 and 100% higher salary by just knowing English. We launched it 5 years ago, and now Duolingo is the most popular way to learn languages in the world. There are more people learning languages on Duolingo in the US than there are people learning languages in the whole US public school system. Duolingo is used by famous Hollywood actors or the richest man in the world and people going to public schools in developing countries. I think that communicating is the basis of our society. Being able to communicate, I think, can bring world peace. Hopefully, we're going to have a world where everybody can speak each other's languages. That would be amazing.
Yes, so again, this is the most popular language learning app. When there's a tutorial in the beginning, of course, but when you get into the app, this is what your home screen is going to look like. What I can say is that for some of the features, you need an account in order to access them. And I really recommend that you create an account because it just gives you more opportunities to learn and to have fun, basically. So after I do this quick slide, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how it starts up. But yes, when you open Duolingo, this is going to be your home screen, where at the top, those 4 icons at the top right here, that's also a navigation bar as well. The first one is the language course. So this one in particular is Spanish, but you can do multiple courses at the same time. The next one is your streak. That says 328. So that's how many days consecutively that you learned on the app. So for me, I've done it for almost a year now. So it's been really great learning a language. Next up is the gems. This is the in-app or in-game currency that you can use to buy power-ups and such. So that again, that's another cool feature. And last but not least, that up there, that will be your hearts available. So that's just the in-game lives that you have. If you don't complete a lesson a certain way, you'll get a heart taken off. But if you do it the right way, you'll still have all of your hearts. If you look at the bottom, that's another navigation bar. So right here at the bottom left, that birdhouse looking icon, which makes sense because Duo is a bird. You can view your next lesson. So you see in the middle, that's where all the different lessons are, whether it's a story, whether it's a lesson. Next up, after that is the quests and badges button. So this treasure chest right here, you can look at all the daily quests and look at all the badges that you've earned from using the app. Next is the review button. So that the dumbbell right there, you can practice by unit, you can practice by mistakes, you can practice by stories, by listening, speaking, etc. You can also the next one is the league button. So this is, for example, something that you would need an account for. You can compete with others for a spot in the big leagues, and you can receive gems and things of that nature for participating. Next up is the profile button, where you can view your statistics, achievements, and the friends that you have on Duolingo. And then the feed button, where you can view recent news from Duolingo. So I know some of them may have not made sense initially. There is a lot to this app, but it's certainly, very interesting. So, so it is initially a free app. There is a subscription available for more features, but yes, just starting out and such, it is 100% free. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen on my phone. I'm logged into my account on my iPad. I just want to make sure you guys look at it from when you open the app from your perspective, and then I'll show you the different features of the actual, I have a subscription to this service, and I'll again show you what you are able to do with that. So I'm on my phone again, same way. Actually, this app is already downloaded on your device. If you go to the second screen of your iPad, you should see the Duolingo app on your screen. Again, that's one of the apps that are preloaded onto your device. Well, look, we're gonna go into the Duolingo app. And then it says Duolingo needs to send you notifications. Wow, so it didn't show me the tutorial, even though I deleted it and started again. You see it says 1, I tried it yesterday, but it's a very quick tutorial. Pick the language that you want to learn, and it shows you quickly how the certain app works. But yes, the top left is the course that you can decide. So look, I'm doing Spanish, but look at all these different languages: Spanish, French, German, Italian, Chinese, Russian, Korean. There's all these different languages that you can learn. Up here is the next one is the streak button. So that fire symbol. Look, so I have a 1-day streak. You can get prizes or gems and different achievements by reaching a certain amount of days that you do it in succession. Next up is the gems. So you can use these gems to purchase hearts or get something called a streak freeze, where if you miss a day, you won't lose your streak. And there are other things in here as well. Last but not least are the hearts, where you can view all of the hearts or available lives that you have, and you can see that information. But when you start off, this is what an example of a lesson looks like. They have, it says Unit 1, form basic sentences and greet people. And they also have like a guidebook available to you. So you can look at the tips and the key phrases of this lesson, and it tells you some information about the language. So for gender in Spanish, all nouns are either masculine or feminine. Often nouns end in O if they're masculine and A if they're feminine. So look, it says El Niño, and it's underneath it is an underline. When you hit it,
El niño.
Yeah, it tells you, it actually says the pronunciation for you, and you get to see also the translation of that word. So El Niño is the boy, so El is the, Niño is boy, and La Niña. So again, the, but because it's feminine, it ends in an A. So again, notice how you use El if the word is masculine and La if the word is feminine. So it's a really cool guidebook. I'm taking notes myself on this, and it's quite interesting to learn how, it's different from English. This is an example of a lesson. You see it says start. We're gonna go ahead and start lesson 2 of 4 of forming basic sentences.
La manzana.
So select the correct image. So it says La Manzana, and if you don't know what that is, you can tap on it, and it actually tells you the translation. So manzana is an apple. So the apple, you select the apple, and then great, it tells you if you're right or if you're not right. And you keep going. Translate this sentence. Tap on a word to see its meaning. So tú eres.
Tú.
You is two, eres is basically are. So you are, so you're Anna, right? And you just keep going.
Tú eres Juan.
So this is the listening exercises. So you listen to what the person said, and then you
Tú
tap
eres Juan.
what you just heard. And then great. Again, it also tells you the meaning of what you just heard. So it's two-way street, which is really interesting. So you just
Tú
keep
eres
going.
María.
You're Maria.
Él
And
es
it
un
tells you
niño.
if it's a new word. So LS. So that means
Él
he
es.
is. So he is a boy, because we just learned what niño was and what un was. Un is a, so he is a boy. And you keep going. Look, that's 5 in a row. How do you say he? He is L, because ella is, it has ends with the A, so that's feminine. So we're gonna hit L.
El.
Tú
Two
eres
eres
José.
Jose. You're Jose. LS So if you didn't know what this is a man, and if you didn't know what that meant, you can, just like it's kind of like a quiz. So you can use choice of elimination. So two is you. We knew that manzana is apple, and eres is like are. So the only option left is hombre, which means man. So that's one way of also doing this as well.
Ella es una niña.
Yep, she is a girl. How do you say she? We just did that in the previous exercise. It's ella. That's 10 in a row. These animations are so adorable. And you just keep
Ella
going.
es una
She
mujer.
is a, and I knew that, but I didn't know what mujer was. So you can, again, tap on it and look,
Mujer.
it says woman. So I type woman, and there you go.
Él come manzanas.
So look, 2 new words. So I know L is he, but come, I may not know that. So again, I tap. So okay, come means eats, and we know what manzanas is apples. So he eats apples.
Juan come manzanas.
So again, the listening exercise, Juan come
Juan
manzanas.
come manzanas.
And then towards the end, they make it just a teeny bit harder. So she is a woman. So she is ella, is S. A is una, because a woman is feminine. So versus un is going to be una. And woman is mujer. So ella es una mujer. Yep. And then, so this is, it is her. So just a little different. So again, you can tap and look at the translation and kind of get a sense of what you need to put. So I'm going to put it is, so S, it is, ella, her.
Ella.
And there you go. That is your first lesson, and you can see it says lesson complete. It tells you how much time it took you, what your accuracy percentage was, and the total experience that you received from doing this. So look, second day of doing it on this phone, and you keep going. So you can, the more days that you do consecutively, the higher the number you'll be, the more the higher streak you'll have and the more rewards that you'll win. So look, I just completed that daily quest. And after you complete a quest, you get, again, that in-game currency available. So look, time to create a profile. Create a profile to save your progress and continue learning for free. So sure, if you didn't do it before, because you don't have to, but they remind you sometimes I'm doing it. So I'm gonna use, let's see, I'm gonna go through here. You can sign in with your Apple ID. I would do that if you have it. It's much easier, but I'll just do it the long way, just to show you. So how old are you? whatever your age is, whatever your name is. You can put Alex, you can put your first name, your last name, you could just do your first name. Doesn't really matter. And then your email address. So I'm going to use my test email, whatever email it is. And then I'm going to create a password. So whatever one you want to use. And there you go. You have created an account. So again, there is a subscription available if you'd like. So with the subscription, you can get personalized practice. You can get no ads, unlimited hearts, things of that nature. But you don't really need it. But if you're really dedicated in doing that, you certainly can. And you can try it out for 2 weeks, as you can see. But cool, welcome Alex. Your profile has been successfully created. Do each one. But yes, all the options at the bottom are still there. This is your daily quest. You can look at all of the different quests that you can complete. These are the review sections. So you can review based on stories, through words, through your mistakes. If you get a subscription, you can also practice by listening and speaking. You can unlock leaderboards, so you can compete with others in the same league. There are different leagues available. You can go up in the leagues by completing a certain amount of experience and lessons. This is your profile page where you can view your statistics, your achievements. So look, this achievement, because we completed a lesson with no mistakes, I can claim that reward and earn some gems. And last but not least, this is the feed icon. So you can actually look at articles from Duolingo where they talk about something regarding its language. So look, why TikTok loves French homophones. And you can read about something related to language. And they give you translations, they give you context. So it's very interesting. I make sure to, if there's a new article, that I read through it, because you never know what you'll learn. So in essence, that's the Duolingo app. Look at all these units: Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, 4, 5. So you could literally learn the language just by hopping on your iPad and taking a few minutes out of each day to learn something new. So that is the Duolingo app. Let's go back to the iPad. Give me 1 second. And we're going to go over the next app, which is called dictionary.com. So you may have something similar that's already on your iPad. I think it's, you guys have this dictionary.
Alex, I have a question before you go on to the next app. Duolingo, is it similar to Mango?
Yes, it is similar. It's just, of course, it's more popular because it is a little bit more accessible. Mango, you'll need that library card. And Mango, you have to pay for if you didn't have the public library card. So I would use both. So sometimes I'm on Mango, sometimes I'm on Duolingo. But I really like Duolingo because of the animations and the accessibility. Okay.
So Duolingo, we can use our library card to get Duolingo.
No, that's Mango. Duolingo is not from DC Public Library. It's a separate app. So, okay. So yeah, you'll just sign up just like how you saw on the screen, and you can, have 2 different avenues of learning language. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Alex,
so again,
may I ask a quick question? Did you say that a portion of Duolingo will be free, and then we're asked to subscribe?
So it's free initially. You can subscribe if you like, just for more features, like if the listening and speaking exercises, but most of the features available are for free. So I would check it out.
When I looked at the app, it says in something purchase.
Yes, in-app purchases. So that's most apps, Ms. Deborah, have in-app purchases. So like Netflix is a free app, but the in-app purchase is that Netflix subscription. So you don't have to. Some apps are completely free, some are partially, just like Duolingo, and some are completely free, okay?
So just disregard that in-app and go ahead and download the app.
Yes, ma'am, you got it.
Thank you.
No problem. So again, next up, we're gonna be talking about dictionary.com, which is a dictionary and thesaurus. The dictionary.com app provides a comprehensive dictionary and thesaurus. It has a word of the day, complete with definition, usage examples, and etymology. And it also provides you audio pronunciations and example sentences. Dictionary.com is a useful tool for anyone seeking quick and reliable definitions, synonyms, antonyms, and language resources on their mobile device. When you open the Dictionary.com app, this is what your home screen will look like. There is a lot to it, so I just wanted to keep it simple. There's a navigation button at the top left, those 3 lines where you can see the different things you're able to do on the app. And you also have a search bar right here. So you can search for a word for the dictionary, or you can search it for the thesaurus. You see the word of the day is right here. So yesterday, the word of the day was alley-oop. And there are also different options as well at the bottom that you can take advantage of. When you open the navigation button, you see you can look up meanings, you can play word games, you can learn about writing, you can learn about the word of the day, etc. Kind of like Duolingo, there is a paid portion of the app if you'd like for different things, but just keep it free and find something else for those purposes. But yes, when you go to the App Store on your iPad and you go to the search button, you're going to type in dictionary.com. So again, you guys have something similar. You should see this one right here. It says dictionary.com for iPad. So something quite similar. But I like this version as well because it's I'm assuming it's a little more updated. You see the ratings are completely different. They both were, but I just like the format of this. So dictionary.com, English words, and you can go ahead and get it and download it. So once you download it, we're going to go ahead and open it. When you open the app, what's new? We have a few updates for you. So there's a notification settings, new improved widget. So that's good. We're going to go back to home. Of course, there are ads, so you can whether to allow or not tracking ads, but there are shortcuts that give you a quick way to access a variety of fun features within the app. So today's word is, I can't even pronounce that. Well, it's right here, écossaise.
Écossaise.
Oh, écossaise, right there. So you see when you hit the audio button, you can actually hear how the word is pronounced. If you tap on the word, look, the definition, it's a noun, it's a country dance in a quick duplate meter. And you can see the word origin or the etymology. It's a form, French, écossaise, meaning Scottish. Both French and English, Scotland come from Scotus, a name for Gaelic-speaking people in the British Isles. This word was first recorded in English in the early 1860s. The couples prepared to dance the écossaise by forming 2 parallel lines. So that's really cool. Something new to learn. When you go back, of course, again, you can search for a word that you may have heard that you want to look up. You can also hit thesaurus and you can look up similar words to the word that you'd like. So look, they also give you a little quiz. Do you know which one is a synonym for dog? So when I think of dog, for me, I think of daubing something on something. So I think it's smear. So let's see if smear works. Oh, I was right, yay. So just like I said before, there are ads, but all you have to do is hit the X at the top right most of the time or the top left to get rid of the ad. But yes, daub is a synonym for smear. Daub means to cover or coat a surface with a substance, especially in a rough or even unskillful way. They daub paint onto their canvases. So you can look at that and just learn something new. When you hit the navigation button at the top left, there are many, many different avenues. So meanings, you can look up emoji, you can look up slang, you can look up acronyms, pop culture, memes, etc. So if I hit pop culture, again, there's an ad at the bottom, but you can ignore it. But look, these are different words or different terms in pop culture. So look, the bios. So you can read about the bios. So it's named of the 3 separate gymnastics moves named after the gymnast, who is regarded as the greatest gymnast of all time. So that's actually a name of a gymnastic move. That's cool. And you can learn a little bit about context of how that term came to be. But yes, there are word games like quizzes, a crossword solver, a daily crossword. You can learn about new words, all about English, words in science and technology, and literature. So if we look at all about English, look, the difference between aisle and aisle, the difference between aid with an E and an aid by itself, 50 years of hip hop, 50 definitive words. Dad just cacao versus cocoa. That's really interesting. And yeah, you can just keep looking through and seeing if you learn something new with English. Last but not least, look, writing. They even give you writing tips, ways to say it better, grammar 101. So better ways to say Happy Memorial Day. This list of vegetables is no small potatoes. A list of flowers to make your floral vocabulary bloom. That one's really interesting. Let's see what it says. Funny flower names. One classic example is sneezeweed, which is native to North America. There's a flower called Sticky Willy. Looseworm, butter and eggs. Okay, I need to see what butter and eggs is. Any of certain plants whose flowers are of 2 shades of yellow as the toad flax, Veneria vulgaris. This was first recorded in 1770 and 80. Again, any of various plants such as toad flax, the flowers of which are 2 shades of yellow. So really cool.
I just planted a butter and egg plant, Alex. I'm serious.
Wow.
I just did it like 2 days ago.
Oh,
I didn't
wow.
know it was called butter and eggs, but now I do.
Yeah, awesome. So, and then last but not least, there's the word of the day. You can also look at the word of the year. So woman was the 2022 word of the year on dictionary.com. And they just look at all this information. And look, even other words. So 2020, I mean, it was pandemic. I mean, anybody could have guessed that, right? And look, you can read about how the pandemic defined 2020, how it changed the dictionary, and all of these different terms that came out. So herd immunity, PPE, quarantine, shelter in place, social distancing. That was a very popular word in 2020. So essentially, there's a lot to learn just by learning about words and their definitions and
what was twindemic? I saw twindemic. What did that mean?
Twin, think of it as 2. So I'm assuming, yeah, the flu on top of the COVID-19 pandemic, because when you think of twin, it's 2 demic, so 2 pandemics. So yes, there was the flu and COVID at that time. So I didn't know that either until you just brought it up. So thank you so much, Yvonne.
Surely.
Yep, so that is the dictionary.com app. Last but not least is Khan Academy. Oops, sorry, shouldn't say dictionary and thesaurus. My bad. It's a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing free, high-quality education through their mobile app that provides access to a vast collection of educational resources. There are courses in math, science, computer programming, history, economics, and more. There's personalized learning, video lessons, and practice exercises. This app aims to make education accessible to all and empowers learners to achieve their academic and personal goals. So I definitely used this when I was in high school for certain classes, but even if, you know, you can learn at any age with all these different program courses. This app is quite easy to navigate. There are only 3 buttons really. Of course, you can create an account to save your progress as you work through the courses, which I recommend. Again, a really easy process, but yes, there's a home button where you can view all of your recent lessons. The explore button is how you can explore or browse available subjects. And there's a bookmarks button where you can see your downloaded videos from the lessons. And again, you must have an account in order to save videos. So let's go into the Khan Academy app. And if you have any grandkids or people you know with grandkids that are in high school, please let them know about Khan Academy. They may be struggling with the subject, and it might be right here that they can learn more. So again, this is the Khan Academy app. So you can sign in or sign up for an account. It's very simple too, where again, you'll keep your progress in sync, and you'll have saved your progress. And you can select what language you want to learn in it as well. So there's no barrier to what you can learn, whether in English, in Spanish, in French, etc.
So
I just
we had a dictionary on our app on the iPad. Is this different from that one on our iPad?
yeah, it's slightly different. The interface or how it's designed is a little different, but I didn't get a chance to look at the one that was already preloaded, but it's very similar. It's from the same company, so I chose the one that I presented because I think it gets updated a little more frequently, and it just looks a little better. So I would just explore it.
Okay. Okay.
But yes, they also
Thank you.
have they also have Khan Academy Kids. So they have an award-winning app for kids ages 2 to 8. So even kids can learn as well. But yes, this is the homepage, very simple. Next is explore. So look, there's math, science, economics, arts and humanities, computing, test prep, life skills. So many different avenues. If you hit surprise me, you can get surprised with a completely random lesson. But look, if you know any high schoolers that are taking the SAT or the LSAT, or there's the MCAT as well, different test prep that's available to you, life skills, which is very important. There's internet safety, financial literacy, college admissions, careers, growth mindset, what we're learning about, entrepreneurship. You can see all of those different lessons, and there's math, again, science, economics. So it's really quite interesting. So for science, let's see what there is. So again, those are the AP courses. Again, if you know any high schoolers, please let them know that they're available. But there is also regular courses as well. So for me, I really enjoyed physics. So when I was growing up, so even if you have no idea or just starting out with a certain topic, you can, they start with really quite, elementary steps, and they build on it. So for physics, oh my goodness, this brings back memories of high school, but, but yes, introduction, there's displacement, very simple ideas on how. So look, they have videos. So
I could imagine that even the earliest human beings, or possibly pre-human beings,
he has a quite soothing voice. So it's an introduction.
and
so you just listen and you take notes. And there's also a transcript that you can look at. You can share the lesson, and you can just go through them. So there's the video that's available. There's the text that is available that you can learn. And they give you quite interesting facts as well. And it's just an overview of the course. So again, you go through each one. They also tell you, well, for these specific for the high school students, they tell you what you'll need. But again, everything starts elementary. So you can get quite a lot done even without knowing much about the certain topic. So yes, there's math, there's physics, there is economics. So I remember taking my macro or micro class in school. So it's really interesting. So you can learn about economic systems, supply and demand, market equilibrium, price elasticity, consumer and producer surplus, productions and cost, types of profit. So it's again, when I took it, I had no inkling of an idea of how any of this worked, but you'll be really surprised about what you learn, especially through this app, through the different videos and texts and different exercises that are available. It's accessible to most. So yes, let's hit surprise me, and it takes us.
Welcome. Today we're going to take a look at forms of energy, such as kinetic, electrical, thermal, gravitational, potential energy. It turns out when you start thinking.
So that's cool. So even again, if you're not familiar with the topic, you can just watch it and you may learn something new that you could apply to your life. So yes, that is Khan Academy. I used it when I was in high school, but I occasionally, I still look at lessons, and because again, it's really important just to stay on top of things and also try something new. So that is.
Or if you want to go on Jeopardy,
Academy
if you want to go on Jeopardy, you must go to Khan Academy first.
Right. Definitely.
And
So,
Alex, is this free?
Yes, again, everything that I go over during our trainings are initially free. So, so that way you can start off Khan Academy. There is no cost to that. The other two apps that I went over, there's everything is still free, but if you want additional features, they're subscription. So yes, everything I try to make is accessible. So thank you so much for your question. So
I don't have a pen with me, Alex. Can you write that one in the chat for me right here? This one. I don't have my pen with me, so I could take a picture of it.
Yeah, if you look at the daily email, you can look at all the descriptions on there and the names of the app. So before we get into the discussion, I just found this and said, learn something every day. When you learn something every day, again, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel like, that you're worthy and that you know something and you're able to teach others as well. And again, that's that growth mindset, again, that I want everyone, especially on this call, to, to really intake in your mind, because yes, if you hop on every day to this class and you are doing something for your mind and your brain, and you really have to understand that in order to truly know that what you are learning is important, and you really gotta give yourselves a pat on the back for knowing all this knowledge and different information that we present for all of our sessions.
Very quickly,
so yes.
If we want to do a screenshot, you hit the home button and the power button.
Yeah, yes, Yvonne. Yes, you're right. Yes. So, of course, I like to end with a discussion, and I have these 4 questions. So this is the time to ask questions. Please raise your hand if you have a question, and I'll go based on the order of hands. But when you do, I'd like to answer one of these for me. What is one new fact that you learned today? What app or apps are you interested in trying out? What topics are you passionate about and what you would like to learn more about? Or how has education positively impacted your life? So again, we have about 20 minutes till Howard comes on. So I'll be taking that time to answer any questions or to clarify anything that I went over. But I appreciate all of your participation. It was quite fun. So first up is Brenda. Hi, Brenda. How's it going?
Hey, Alex. Now, what I've learned, this education has impacted on me, was when I got the call about the iPad, because I had never heard of an iPad. And I was a little skeptical because I didn't know how to operate it. And then when I kept attending the classes over and over and over, it kind of finally stuck to me. So I've learned quite a bit. I really enjoyed coming on and learning more. And also the app that I'd like to download, I think it's already on here, is the Khan Academy, where I can go over with my grandson. He just graduated to the 3rd grade. So and he's done a lot of good stuff. He's got some awards. He met his goals in math. He's a super speller. And he got an award to be the future president. So I want to go over that, with him, because he's a smart kid, and just, we play the game together. It gives me knowledge and helps him as well. So that Khan Academy, I think, would be great. And, I'd like to do the Duolingo too, because I took Spanish when I was in junior high school, but I never continued it. So I know a few words, the days of the words and numbers and stuff, but as far as sentences and stuff, I'd like to continue to do that. So, but I love doing education because knowledge is power. When you know something, you can pat yourself on the back. So, but yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Brenda. Yeah, so Duolingo is the one that's already on your iPad. So Khan Academy isn't. But for your grandson, I will get Khan Academy Kids, because the regular Khan Academy is more geared towards like that high school age and the adult age. So, but yes, there are other, of course, try it out, like, especially like the life skills. It's never too early to learn about life skills and things of that nature. So yes, you could do both. You could really, learn it yourself, and then you could teach it to them in a more simplified manner once you, understand the concept. So that way, you could do both. But I didn't get a chance to explore Khan Academy Kids, but hey, I'm pretty sure it's really great, because that was the easiest out of the three to navigate and to access out of the three today. So yes, try that out, and I'm glad you enjoyed the session. I education is really a big part of my life as well, and I know I wouldn't be here without it. So I appreciate that.
Yes, and knowledge is power.
Awesome. So thank you, Brenda, so much. Let me know if you have another question. All right.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
No problem. Next up is Lynette. Hi, Lynette. How are you?
Hi, Alex. I'm doing well. I like Brenda just said, I like the Khan Academy app. And you just pointed out that the kids ones, the ones that are 2 to 8, because I got great grandsons from 5 to 15. And I want to turn them on to this summer so that they can have something to do, educationally. But the one from 2 to 8, does that go all the way up to middle and high school too? Because I saw the one that says AP classes, and my oldest one is doing AP classes.
Yeah, so that Khan Academy, I mean, they're not all, specific to those high school, college courses. I mean, there's also different topics as well. Again, I didn't get a chance to look at the Khan Academy Kids app, but hey, it's never a bad idea to reinforce or review certain ideas, because I mean, everything, well, when I was in school, going from elementary to middle school to high school, everything is cumulative. So it's always good to get those basic ideas and reinforce, because that's what, you really need in order to understand those higher level concepts. So, 1 + 1 is 2. You got to understand that before you understand calculus and pre-calculus and algebra and geometry and things of that nature. So yes, either of them would definitely be sufficient. Just like I said to Brenda, hey, if you go over the regular Khan Academy app yourself and you learn something that might be interesting to them, you can then explain it in more layman's terms, and that way you and them also get both those pieces of knowledge. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
No problem, Lynette. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much. Next up is Anne. Hi, Anne. Go ahead and unmute.
Hi, Alex. I found everything that you had to say interesting today. I mean, was most informative, and I'd like to thank you again for doing that. One of the apps that I really want to try is the language. Was it Duo?
Yes, Duolingo.
Duolingo. Yeah. I'd like to brush up on my French, because one of that I'm from a French family. I actually taught French at Spanish for a year, but now that mommy's gone and grandma, my Gray is gone, my other grandma, her mother, and then my aunt died last year, so those were the only 3 people that were actually speaking the language.
Sorry to hear that.
I don't have anybody to actually speak it, but I was talking to my cousin the other day, and I took Spanish, and so I'd like to brush up on that. And I like the concept that learning a fact every day is a good thing to be doing. It does keep your mind occupied. I'm into that dot painting, so you got me hooked on that. I can't go to sleep without doing some of that. And I find it relaxes me.
Yes.
So I appreciate all the things that you, and the Khan Academy really sounds interesting. And I'm going to tell my granddaughter to turn my great granddaughter onto that, because that's very, very educational. And she's going to a school for the gifted and talented. So
Oh, I didn't. Yes, yeah, I didn't know you were French. That's so cool, Anne. That's
yeah,
something
yeah.
I didn't know
Mama,
that.
Mama was a second generation person born in this country, and I'm the third. So I'm very proud of. I'm doing the Des Moines and Kanye history, so I'm very proud of to know that I happen to be related to Louis the 14th. I found that interesting.
Oh
So,
goodness, you need to go on finding your roots there, Anne.
yeah, well, I've been thinking about it, but you know, sometimes you gotta have a little money to do stuff. But we're working on the dentist side too. But the Kanye and Des Moines side is very, very interesting. And I found out on the dentist side that we're related to Thomas Jefferson. I don't know how thrilled I am about that, but anyhow.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
It's interesting to know these things, and not find out when you're in a discussion talking about your relatives.
Oh, definitely. Well, thank you so much.
But thank you so much for introducing us to different stuff, because we are never too. My mother always said that you're never too old to learn, and it's an experience and learning new things. And I picked up on my crochet hobby because I'm able to go on one of your apps and look at stuff. And so and I'm looking at different things that I've have been doing and have done. I'm even hooked up to one of the cooking programs through the app. And so thank you. The iPad is really giving me. Everybody says I don't have time for anybody else because I'm too busy on the iPad. But I do other things. It just might take me a longer time to get to them. But so thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you to the iPad people, so DACO and WildTech, because it's been an experience.
Oh, definitely. We appreciate your words, and I know they definitely encourage others on the call as well to explore and to learn new things. So we really appreciate it. And yes, Duolingo, it has, like I said, so this is what mine is. I have a subscription. So I have access to a little bit of more exercises, but for about 6 months, I really didn't have the subscription. But as you can see, I haven't done a lesson today, but I am on a 329-day streak. So for 329 days, I've done at least one Spanish lesson. So on my home screen, you see I'm at unit 13. So I can speak about stuff in your home, preferences, free time, directions to clothing, like la ropa, if it's a barato or it's rojo or abrigo. I can talk about the office, like, el jefe and la oficina. So I can, you can do as many different courses. So like, I started Russian. I didn't quite get back to it, but you can just have as many courses that you like. And there's also, Duolingo has some new apps too, like Duolingo Math and Duolingo Reading. So there are different avenues available. This is what the leaderboard looks like. So you see right now, I'm at the Pearl League, and you can go all the way up to the Obsidian or the Diamond League. So I did enough of these lessons to be up here, and you get prizes, and they're quite fun for the games. So, and then the feed as well. It's just really cool. It looks so appealing and really interesting. So I definitely would implore you guys to check out, learning a new language. As you saw in the video.
I do remember the numbers and some of the days of the week and the colors, because that's what they were teaching my children, because they were little kids, 5 years old. And I found that very interesting. And I think I still remember that El Gato is for cat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you got it. So I mean,
Okay.
it definitely comes back in pieces, because again, I took Spanish in high school. I loved it. I only took 2 years because in DC public schools, the minimum was 2. But
Yeah.
I really didn't care for. I transferred from 9th grade to 10th grade. 9th grade, my Spanish teacher. Oh, I was reading books. 10th grade, it was a little more. But you know, this allowed me to use my iPad, but also. You know, it's visually appealing. It's, you know, again, you saw it listening, you get to read it, you get to visual. So it's really interesting and accessible for most. So thank you so much, Anne, for your
Thank you,
comment.
Alex. And I'm sorry I took up so much of your time, but
Oh, no, you're good, Anne. You're all good. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Next up is Gracie. Hi, Gracie. Go ahead and unmute.
Hi, Alex.
Hello. Would you like to answer one of these?
Yeah. What app are you interested in trying out? The Khan Academy. And the reason why, when I was in high school, we had like regular math, consumer math, and we were beginning algebra. And I never finished that. So I would like to go back. It was something I always wanted to do. So I'm gonna go and try that. And with Duolingo, I was up to 142 days with that. And then I got busy with a doctor's appointments, and they do a lot of work in my apartment sometimes. So I haven't been back to that yet, but I got to go back because I was doing quite well with that.
Oh, definitely. I recommend either you're a morning person or you're a night person. For me, I do it at night before I go to bed, because again, you can say, hey, I learned something before I go to bed. But for some folks, I like just checking the email. I check the email in the morning. If I was a morning person, after I check the email for today, I would just instantly go do a lesson. And, you know, it's better to do something rather than nothing. So even if I only have time for one lesson, or, you know, for those 15 questions, hey, that's 15 questions more than you would have done if you did nothing, right? So, you know, I that happened to me before too. I was at like, 50. And then, you know, life happened. And then, you know, when I came back, I was like, dang, like, I really have something going on. So I made sure to, you know, to get back on track. And that second time you do it, you'll really be dedicated.
Yeah, I'm going back because they kept sending me emails. Come back, Gracie, you missed 5 days. So I'm coming.
Yes, they send you notifications.
Thanks to YTech and you and Teresa for all you're doing, because it has made a great difference in my life. Made a great difference.
Thank you. That warms my heart, Gracie. That's all it is, you know. And again, today is World Caring Day. You gotta care for, you know, your mind, your body, you know, your spirit, all of that type of stuff. So, you know, this, you know, keeps me going and keeps me, you know, keeps you grounded as well.
Right.
So again, thank you so much, Gracie. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Geraldine. Go ahead and hit unmute, Geraldine.
Okay, unmute. Oh, Alex, thank you, and Teresa and everybody for presenting all this information to us. But what topics am I passionate about? That's number 3. Well, I'm passionate about cooking and eating better. You know, I grew up in the South, and I had a certain way of cooking and eating for many years, and I want to learn the new ways, because some of the old ways were not good as far as diabetes and other ailments are concerned. So I'm interested in cooking and just learning new ways to eat food, new foods to eat, new ways of cooking the foods that I already know about. So that would be those are the topics I'm passionate about. I also interested in trying out Duolingo too, because I'm interested in learning at least some kind of conversational Spanish, or to be able to understand the Spanish speaking people when they're around. So that's what I'm in. Then thank you so much for everything.
Oh, no problem, Geraldine. I appreciate that. And for cooking, that was actually 2 weeks ago, we did that session. So if you look at the daily email 2 weeks ago, you can see the 3 different apps that we covered. They're also here as well. We went over Tasty, where you can look at recipes. and things of that nature, different articles. Supercook, you can choose what ingredients you have in your pantry, and it just tells you the recipes that you're able to make with those ingredients. And last was a game that we went over where you ran your own restaurant in Japan, and you get to learn about history, and you get to learn about Japanese cuisine as well. So take a look at that email and check these apps out. I think you would like them.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, Geraldine. I appreciate it. Always nice to hear from you. And last but not least, it's going to be Miss Carolyn. Hi, Carolyn. How are you?
Hi, Alex. How are you?
Good, good, good.
Good.
Hope you enjoyed today.
I'm doing fine. I'm like Brenda. I want to learn how to, speak Spanish myself. Because I be around a lot of Spanish people, a lot of Chinese people. So I just want to learn how more myself.
Oh yeah, it's different languages. There, as you saw, there's Spanish, French, Russian, Swedish, all of those different things. So it's just the world is your oyster. I mean, you can learn anything if you put your mind to it and you find the resource that works for you. So definitely try it out and let us know how it goes. Okay. Oh.
Last year, I didn't know anything about the app iPad myself, special, rename your name and everything. Oh, I had a problem, but now I know a lot of stuff now, but I appreciate you and Miss Teresa. I love you all.
Oh, thank you so much.
I thank you all. You're so nice and so kind. And when you go one-on-one, you take your time with us and everything. And I appreciate you very much.
Oh, no problem. It I wouldn't imagine doing this like just a year ago. I mean, that's when I first started out here, and now it's it makes my day. So I really appreciate all of your participation and all of your journeys. It was just it's so really awesome just to see how much you guys have improved. So again, thank you so much, all. I really appreciate you all, and
you're welcome.
Again, yes, we have our lunch club today, so we're just waiting for our guest from Howard University. So just go ahead and get you guys yourself a drink, something to eat, use the restroom, things of that nature. So if you have any questions, I will be on. So you can send me a chat or send me an email. And if you have any feedback about today's session, please email myself or Teresa. We'd appreciate all of your feedback, okay? You all have a wonderful day. And thank you for participating.
Alex. Alex, go on, Izzy.
Hello, Alex, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi, Dennis. My colleague Crystal has actually been co-hosting with you, but I'm about to make you a co-host for today's session.
Okay.
Crystal, you're there?
Hey, Alex, I'm here.
Great. Again, I'm gonna step off, but thank you for co-hosting with Howard today. We appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
Crystal, are you there, Crystal?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So first of all, my name is Dennis. How you doing? Nice to meet you.
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. So this is my first time I'm filling in for Dr. McCants. I'm not quite sure the order in which this is gonna flow? Am I going to do the presentation first, or are you presenting first? I'm not quite sure.
Right, you can go ahead and present. It's you presenting.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and share your screen if you need to and everything.
All right. And then I know that Alex, he let, I think, some people off to like grab something to drink, go to the bathroom. So I'll probably wait till maybe 5, 6 after before we get started.
Okay.
And it's not gonna be that long. It's only like 16 slides, so 10, 15 minutes.
Understood.
Okay, so
Dennis, is still some of us on here.
okay, I'm gonna wait.
Still some of us on here.
Good.
Is that you, Diane?
Right, it's 50 people still on here, Dennis, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we on here. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on here. We just waiting for
Yeah,
you to
so
start.
we can keep it going. It's 12 o'clock. We can start on.
Okay, I thought I heard Alex tell people
They'll
they
come
could.
back. They got it on, probably listening.
Okay.
He said if we needed to, but that's a normal thing he does. You know, if we need to do that, then we do that. But don't let that stop you.
You continue on. We're okay.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say, guys. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dennis. This is Teresa. I'm the training manager. I eavesdropped. So first I would like to welcome you. It's brave of you to get on. This is your first time.
Yes.
People want to welcome you. Now, how it really works is that the presenter is given full privilege to share their slides. You're familiar with sharing your screen. Am I correct?
I'm working on it right now. I'm listening and I'm working on sharing my screen at the same time.
Okay. And what you can either have your questions in between slides, or you can have your questions all held towards the end of your presentation. It's all up to you. Seniors can raise their hands, not virtually, that is, when there's a question. Now it's up to you if you want to address them at the point, or you want to wait till you finish the slide, or you want to finish your lecture. It's all up to you. What is your preference so that we can?
I will ask, because the lecture isn't that long, I will just ask if there's any questions between the slides.
So you want the questions to be held towards the end?
No, I said I'll ask if there's any questions between slides.
Awesome. Well, okay. So what you will do then, you would look for the hand raised icon on the part, showing.
If that is the case, then I'm not gonna be able to see everybody, so I might have to wait till the end then.
Well, no. Let's give you a little education on. So you need to have your participant list visible so that you could see the hands that are raised and you see all who are in the session. Do you know how to do that?
Okay, so let's back up. Is everybody seeing my
this
slides?
Is what you do.
We just see the Zoom screen.
Yeah, you want to look for the Zoom toolbar. Do you see the Zoom toolbar?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see where it says participants on that toolbar?
Yes, ma'am.
Tap on that.
Okay.
Now, what do you see?
I see a list of.
Those are all the participants that are in currently in session. And as the list grows, you'll see that the numbers increase. Okay. Now, if there's a hand raised, is there a hand raised at this point? Let me see.
Looks like there's a couple hands raised.
Yes. So that's what you're looking for when you're you're answering. You're asking sequentially based on how they come sequentially. For example, right now we have Carolyn with her hand raised. So that would be the first hand that you would address, and then, as you go down. Seniors are pretty versed versed on how to raise their hand, so you shouldn't have to look. You just look for that yellow hand, icon there, and that's how you can address them by their first name, last name, whatever you choose to. But I think they'll be okay. You don't need to be nervous about that. it's gonna all work out. It's all gonna fall in place. Okay?
Thank you, Miss Teresa. That's what I wanted to say to him. Relax and welcome
Yes.
again. And
Yes.
you take your time and you can do this.
I
Yes,
appreciate the
you can.
words of encouragement. Thank you very much.
Yes.
That means a lot. to
And
me.
we're all there to support you. Don't worry about it. You are a star right now.
Thank you.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay,
All
so
right.
you're now sharing, do you need some help in sharing your screen or?
Well, so are you guys not looking at electronic medication list?
Now
No.
we
So
see
let
the
me give
word
you some-
Zoom. We
Okay,
see Zoom.
so this is what you need. Yeah, thank you. So I want you to look for the green icon on that toolbar again.
Okay.
There you go. You got it.
Perfect.
Now we see your screen.
Perfect.
Yes. And I think you're set to go now.
Okay. So I am actually stepping in for Dr. McCants. She was unable to make it today. My name is Dennis Means. I am a P3 student at Howard University College of Pharmacy.
Hi, Dennis.
Hello, everyone. And
Hello, Dennis.
hello.
You
I-
got my last name as your first name.
I saw that. I did see that. Anne, is that correct?
Yeah, and welcome, dear. And don't
Thank
be
you.
nervous. We're very harmless. We don't bite.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I actually work with Dr. McCants with the Capital City Medical Reserve Corps. I'm the student director for the organization, and she's the pharmacist that oversees the work that we do in the community. So I am filling in for her because she had a full plate today. And today we'll be talking about electronic medication lists and why they're important.
Okay.
So today I'll discuss a description of the components of a good medication list, details the importance of having an electronic medication list, showcase simple apps that can be utilized to manage medication lists and to help coordinate participation, providers and pharmacists to create the list. So does everybody understand what we're going to go over today? This electronic medication list?
Yes, so far we're with you.
Okay.
You're doing great.
Carolyn, I see your hand is up. Miss Bodie. Is that a question?
You might not have taken it down.
Okay. I'll move on, Miss Bodie. Let me know if you have a question. So the components of a good.
Dennis, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just looking on. I thought today, are you going over health portal access? That was the lesson that was given to us for today.
Okay, the medication list is the one that she sent me. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just
But
wanted
that's a good thing to do.
Just let it, yeah. No,
I would think, Alex, just to leave it alone. He's new and he's only going by, what he
what he
has
was
right
told,
now.
yeah.
So we're gonna
Okay.
leave it like it is. But I do understand.
Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to keep it
Yeah,
consistent.
allow him to just, yeah.
All right.
I apologize. If there's an additional lecture that needs to be had, I'll discuss it with Dr. McCants. Maybe we can fit one in on portal access at a later date. I apologize. These were the slides I was sent.
Okay, we appreciate your presence.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dennis.
So the components of a good medication list consist of the name of the medication, strength, purpose of the medication, instructions, the prescriber, and start date. And this is an example of a good medication list. Starting off on the left, we have the name of the medication, the dose, indication for the medication, instructions of the medication, and when to take it on the far right. Any questions so far? All right.
Is this an online app?
Yep, so we're getting there. I just
Okay.
wanted to discuss the components of what makes a good medication list before we get into the different apps that are available to you all.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, absolutely. And so again, this is a blank document. This is what you and your physician, you and the pharmacist will fill out together. These can be printed online, or you could get one from your pharmacy or your primary healthcare provider. And this would help you fill out the medication list. So the purpose of the medication list is it helps you and your healthcare provider keep an accurate record of the medications you are taking, including the name, dose, and frequency. Okay, so this is going to start getting into the different apps that are available to you. And the reason why we're going more to this application side of things as far as keeping track of your medications is it's going to be easier to become more adherent as more people are using smartphones, as smartphones are being more accessible to everyone in the community. We want to start utilizing our cell phones to the most of their ability. And why not add a medication list if it's going to help patients become more adherent? So this is going to be the first one that we talk about, the medication app for the iPhone. It manages and tracks medications, vitamins, and supplements. You can use it to set up a medication list and also schedule when to take your medications and set up medication reminders. And that's a key one. You'll get notifications on these apps that will remind you to take your medications. And I also want to take this time to remind everyone that any over-counter medication you take, as well as vitamins, may have interactions with any prescription medications. So it's very important when you're coming up with this medication list that you include over-the-counter medications and you include vitamins as well, because all of those together is going to be a true indication of your medication list. And your doctor and your pharmacist will know what medications may have a chance of interacting with each other in a negative light. So MedSafe is going to be the next application that we talk about. MedSafe allows people to add multiple users to one account. This is important because another way to stay adherent is to have family members and friends who know what medications you're on and who know when you're supposed to take them. So not only will you have your reminder on your phone, you'll have that family member that will help you be able to help remind you when to take your medication. And so this will alert them as well to let them know, like, hey, it's time for patient X, patient Y to take their medication. So it can also send notifications to caregivers. So caregivers don't always have to be family members. Caregivers can be a in-house nurse as well. So these are great features to have in an app on your phone. It also is going to access coupons and discount codes through different pharmacies. So any pharmacy that is listed with that application, you'll get notifications of any discounts that pharmacy has. Alerts for drug interactions. So this is, again, what I was referring to before, between your prescription medications and anything over the counter. You want to make sure you list them on your medication list, because if there are any reactions, if your pharmacist doesn't catch it or your physician doesn't catch it, there's a high likelihood that the application itself will catch any drug interactions. It has an unlimited number of medication reminders. So again, that's just letting you know, no matter how many meds you put on your medication list, there's going to be enough room to add a reminder for it. You can add notifications about upcoming medical appointments, and it will also sync with the Apple Health app and Google Fit. Does anybody have any questions? I know I just went over a lot on this one application. Okay, moving on. The next app is Round Health. This is the top app for Apple users. If you have an iPhone and you're dealing with medication lists, medication adherence, Round app is the most popular one if you have an Apple iPhone. It can select meds, again, multiple reminders, refill reminders. I believe that's different from the app before. This will actually remind you to refill your medications. And free ads as well. So this will track your history to see when you did and did not take your medication. Store all your medications and vitamins in one place and easily add the time window for when you'd like to be reminded. The next app is My Therapy app. This one, I heard many of you guys talking earlier about learning multiple languages. So this one actually has a feature for multiple languages. So it's not just going to be found in English. Medication adherence by notifying family members. Again, another key feature that you would want on any medication app. Injection site tracking and track any high complexity dosing schemes. Tracks any skipped medication times, refill reminders, and includes prescription and over-the-counter medications. And I'm gonna continue to remind people of this because they often forget that the over-counter medications can react with prescription meds. So it's very important that any over-the-counter medications you take are listed on a medication list. Any questions?
Yes, I would like to know, is this only for iPads and Apple products, not for Androids?
So I have a slide toward the end that will show the different apps for the different Androids and Apple iPhones. So some will just be for Apple and some will be for Android, but I have a extensive list that I will go through toward the end of the presentation.
All right, okay, thank you.
No problem. Ms. Jackson?
No, that was me.
Oh, Ms. Dennis?
Yes, Dennis. I wanted to ask you, does that include room for your, I have a thing on my leg and he's giving me a cream.
Okay.
And it will that fit on there too? Will go on there too?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yep, however many times a day you need to apply the cream, you can have a reminder for that. You can have it set up to alert a family member or a caregiver. So there will definitely be room for you to add your creams to the list as well.
Okay.
Okay, the next application is called Pill Reminder. So this is a little more specific. If you know that you're non-adherent because you're a little more forgetful, this may be a good app for you, the Pill Reminder. It can be customized. So if there's a specific medication that you take twice a day or 3 times a day or once a day, you can set the application up so that it's specific to each individual medication that you're taking. It has multiple users, meaning that, again, it can alert family members and friends if they need to be reminded to let you know to take your medications as well. This one does have a small fee attached to it. Some of the applications are free and some you'll have to pay for. And it looks like this one does have a small fee attached. But there are the benefits of this application being able to customize for each individual med the different times a day to remind you. So it comes with added benefit with the cost. DoseCast is the next one. No personal information needed. I know sometimes with these applications, you have to fill out extra information. And if you don't want to take the time to personalize the application, this may be an application for you. It still will give you personal notifications. It will track refills, and this one is also found in multiple languages. And again, I'll have a breakdown at the end of which ones can be found on which phones. Oh, and here we are. So if you like to take a picture of, oops, I apologize. If you'd like to take a picture of this, so you can keep track of what applications over here on the left go for what phones at the top. Here's an extensive list of all the applications I went over and what phones they can be found on. So it looks like Apple has all these applications, whereas Android only has 4 of the 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 of the 6. So if this information is important to you, I would encourage you to take a picture. And then on the right side, includes information for supplements and vitamins. So if you take different supplements and vitamins, you may want to pay closer attention to the first one, and then My Therapy and Pill Reminder. So those would be the 3 that focus on supplements and vitamins. And then at the very end, can be shared. This is important if you want to keep your family members, or you have a in-home aide that works with you with your medications. You can share the information with these apps right here. So any questions before I move on? Miss Harold?
Yeah. Yes. My question is, like with My Therapy app, if I want to see the list on the iPad and also on a Google, if I will be able to see it on both because I use the My Therapy app.
I guess when you say on Google, can you be
like
more
I have
specific?
an Android and I use.
Okay, yes, I understand. Yep. Yes, so the My Therapy app can be used on both. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes though, so what you would have to do is once you log in on one app, Apple or Android, just make sure you hold on to your information. So when you log on the other device, you don't have to start over and rebuild your profile, because you'll already have a profile made on one device. So just take your username and your password and enter it on the other device.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Ms. Smith? Geraldine Smith, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a comment. I was going to say that I would rather get one of the apps that includes supplements and vitamins. Wouldn't I? Because some of them might interact with medicine that you take.
Absolutely. So you would be looking at the medication app for iPhones, the My Therapy app, or the Pill Reminder.
Okay. All right.
And just a quick reminder, the Pill Reminder is the one that has a small fee attached.
Okay.
So the My Therapy app, I believe, is free, and then the medication app for iPhones is free.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Did I address all the questions? I think I did. Okay.
You did quite well, honey. Keep going.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So again, the 5 steps to maintain your medication list. So you're going to start by contacting your pharmacy, and when you contact your pharmacy, just let them know you would like a printed list of all the medications that you're on at the moment. They can print that off very easily. Then you would follow up with your provider, whoever your primary healthcare provider is, and just make sure that this list is indicative of all medications that you're on. It's not missing anything, and there's not anything extra on there that you're not taking anymore. And once you go over that list with your provider and you have your final list, don't forget to document vitamins and supplements. As I've mentioned several times, there could be interactions with any over-the-counter medications that you take. And so once you have that list, find the application that you think suits you the best, and review at every med visit and/or every 6 months, just to make sure there hasn't been any changes to the list, or you may need to update the list on the application. And so that will complete my presentation today. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dennis, on
Thank
that
you, Dennis. That was very good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
on one of those apps, the pill thing, is there like a little alarm that goes off or something?
Yes. So there will be, every application has notifications. And so when it comes to alarms or how your notification is sent to you, that has to do with your phone or your iPad specifically. So if you have your notifications turned on, it'll either buzz or ring or ding. That's on your end. You have to make sure that your device is set up to get the notification the way you want it to, the way you want it to be notified. Any other questions?
I think it's good too to share that, to have that availability to share that with someone in case of emergency. I think that's a good point to make.
Yes, yes. I encourage everyone, young, old, it doesn't matter, to make sure that there are other people in your life that know about any conditions that you have, and that any serious medication that you have people in your life that can remind you, because we can't do it all by ourselves.
Right.
We need help. Everybody needs help. Okay, is Miss Teresa still here?
Dennis, I have a question.
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. Thompson.
I have been using 3 separate pharmacies.
Okay.
I'm trying to consolidate everything into one.
Yes.
The procedure well, my Walgreens pharmacy closed.
Okay.
When I'm at GW seeing my doctors and they prescribe something, I'll go downstairs and fill it in that pharmacy and then go home. My question is, how can I get the GW pharmacy and the Healing Touch pharmacy that I'm currently trying to use, plus all of my, I think it's called a profile from Walgreens. I want everything to go to the Healthy Touch pharmacy.
Okay, so you would just let Healthy Touch Pharmacy know that I'm trying to consolidate. I would like to only have to come to you all to get my scripts filled, and they can make the calls. So just because your Walgreens specific one closed down, just call another one. They should be able to look any prescriptions up that you have with them within their system. So that the Touch Pharmacy can call any Walgreens to get your prescriptions. Same with GW. They can call GW and get them transferred So it wouldn't be any work on your part. Just let the Touch Pharmacy know that these are where I've gotten prescriptions in the past, and just ask them to call and have them convert all of your prescriptions to their pharmacy.
Okay, so they will initiate all
Yes,
this.
sir.
That's very
Absolutely.
good. I thank you so much, brother.
No problem, no problem. And then from there, once you get all of your prescriptions in one pharmacy, you can get a printed list, talk to your provider, make sure all these medications are still up to date, and then add that list
Would you
to
bring
any
me 4
application.
cookies, 3 cookies?
Thank
And
you very much. I appreciate that, brother.
No problem.
Cheetos, please.
All right.
And you can take this plate down. Thank you very much, because I don't think I'm gonna make it down there today.
And
hear you.
And you need to mute yourself.
Miss Teresa? Okay, I think she is gone. So if there's not any other questions, this will conclude the presentation for today. All right, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you, Dennis.
I say thank you for the
Thank you.
information.
Thank you so
You
much.
too, Dennis.
Thank you.
All right.
Very
Have-
informative
Thank you,
and
Dennis.
efficient.
What you shared. Thank you.
Thank
No
you.
problem.
Have a
So
good day.
much. Thank you.
Have a good day, y'all.
You as
You
well.
too.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Crystal. Is Crystal back on? Alex.
Was she ever on?
Well, she was supposed to come on after he come on. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, I didn't know she was supposed to come on. I thought she was busy today, and that's why he did the presentation. But
No, that's Howard. He was representing Howard. Crystal is on here. She probably just not at her desk.
Oh.
Yes, I'm here, everybody. Hello.
Hey,
And this is finished.
Okay,
And
so go ahead.
He's finished.
Yeah,
and
he's
gone.
finished.
Okay, so y'all still have time left. So you guys want to read the book? That's the problem.
Yes, darling.
Okay, give me 1 second so I can get pull it up.
Diane Leach, are you on there?
Yeah, I'm here.
There she is.
I'll call you.
Okay.
It's Gracie about the pie, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't hear when you start coughing.
Yeah, but try to get you a good one up, and even if you have to mute yourself for a minute and try to get that stuff out of you, dear.
You gotta mute yourself, man, because we can't hear when you start coughing.
She's right. You tell everybody else to shut up.
I'm glad it's loose and that she can at least
Yes,
cause
I
it.
do, and I'm very sorry about that. I apologize.
We understand, dear. No
but
problem.
I don't do it that often. And the person that said I'm always telling everybody else, yes, because I'm not loud and talking over top of people.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I'm not going to comment. I
Let
didn't
that
hear
go,
that.
y'all. Let that go. Let's don't.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. You got the figure of all green. I like that. Instead of a face, everything is green.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That looks very interesting. It's cute.
She sued him on behalf of him for the wrongful death of Don. His Michael contestant
Anybody getting calls from Medicare? they're calling me all day, every day. And it's this automated thing. Oh, I can't stop them. They go from one number
Yeah,
to
Gracie, I've gotten some. I just ignore them.
Me too, but they change.
But it gets on your nerves. It's on your nerves.
Yeah, it does. It's getting on me because this is for the last 3 days. They call me 3 and 4 times a day.
All day, every day. It's a damn shame.
Me too, Gracie. And your voice sounds familiar. Now I know who you are. You look good, Gracie. I like your hair like that with your earbobs on. You look great.
Yeah.
You always have it wrapped up, but man, you're beautiful like that.
Yeah. I'm not comfortable going outside yet.
Oh, yeah, and it's important about how we feel about it, isn't it? Yeah. But I like it. It looks good on you. It wouldn't look good on my head because I got a big dent right at the top of my head. I can carry anything. I think I was dropped on it when I was a baby. I got a flat spot right on the top of my head.
Yeah.
So mine's too lumpy. It wouldn't be. But you got the perfect nugget. I mean, oh Lord.
I got you. Oh, no offense. I got you.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes I hate to talk, but at least my words are coming in there. Now I got to get them to mean what.
I heard that they used to use that when I was younger, in the younger days. They call ahead the nuggets. So I know what you're talking
okay, good.
Yeah,
I'm grateful. A lot of us are mature on here and not sensitive to stuff. But yeah, I really like that.
Thank you.
And now I see what's going on with your thing. It's your screensaver thing has got your face blocked. Can you see it?
I don't know what's wrong with it. Yesterday I was telling Teresa, I called the helpline and they called me back, but it had corrected. And then this morning it corrected itself. Now it's going back to that. I can something wrong.
Yeah, I can see you a little bit through it now. Once I heard your voice, yeah, I can see you. I can see you a little bit through this foliage, and I got your voice, and I thought, oh my, yes, awesome. And it's the most beautiful smile to go right with it. I'm glad you shared that with me today. I mean, with us, rather. Yeah.
Right. I thought you had a flower sitting in front of you.
Yeah, that's used to be one of my other backgrounds. I don't know how it's here.
And now it's in front of her.
Yeah. And I had a different background on here. So I'm gonna, while we're on here, I'll see can I change it?
Yeah.
If not, I'm going to the library and I'll take it with me and let them walk on one. I've done something.
Gracie, I can tell you what to do.
The green screen.
Yeah, you got a green screen. You got that button push. You gotta push it so to stop the green screen.
Okay,
there you go, Gracie. I thought it was purpose at first, and then as my mind was clicking more.
When you go in the background and effects and hit more, well, you hit more and go in background effects. Hit that button that says green screen. You got that hit.
And it's on, huh?
On your face.
Okay. Your background looked good, Brenda.
Oh, thank you.
It always looked good. Your patterns.
One of my colors.
Yeah. It takes a long time to do one of those?
No. It takes me about half an hour.
Wow. To do all that painting?
Oh, no. It's just color by number.
Oh, but still, that's a lot of little small stuff.
Oh, I know. You just, I use my stylus and pop, do it that way.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. That's on my
yes.
It's something
the Zen color.
Whose screen is on the thing now? Is this Gracie's screen?
She's getting ready to read to us.
That's Crystal.
Oh,
Yes, it's my screen. I'm trying to get the audio book to play for you guys. That's all.
Take your
okay.
time.
When it comes to the murder investigation,
Boom, 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 boom.
We'd like to hear your voice, Crystal. Crystal don't feel like reading today. No,
Sometimes
just
we
kidding.
don't.
That's right, and I
Oh,
understand
I
that.
can read today. I don't mind. I just want to make sure I do find out where we left off correctly.
Right. Take your time, dear. I'm just calling myself poking fun.
Hey, Ron, we did a rerun of the talent show yesterday.
Yes.
And it was good. It was good reminiscing and seeing all the different talents. And you did the signifying monkey again. It was good.
Oh, was the signifying monkey on? That must have been one of the moments when I got up and went to the office.
Yes.
Wow.
I laughed all over again with that one.
Gracie, you fine now.
Yeah, it's Brenda helped me.
Yeah, I heard her.
That's
Look good now.
Yeah.
I gotta
You were
open
looking
it up.
all right
I don't
before,
have
but
nobody
you got
picture
back.
on here. Gracie's picture was the only picture that was on my thing. Now I don't see her.
You don't see me?
No, you were the only picture on my thing. I only had one picture, and that
see you. I see you, Gracie.
Yes,
Yeah.
good.
Go. There you go.
That's good. I gotta get it back. I just had one picture on my thing. I'd never even opened it up. Now I got a lot of blank. There's somebody on the beach. Where you at, Gracie? Oh man. Oh, I see Ronald. Hi, Ronald. I see Miss Diane and Miss that Crystal. Miss Miller.
A forest.
Oh, now I see Brenda. There you are, Gracie. Okay. Yes, there you are. And now your background, now it really looks good.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, you look beautiful. Oh my. Man, if I had mine like that, well, no, I know how I felt when I went through my little bout with that daggone radiation. My God. I don't think my hair bothered me so much than that nauseated feeling.
Todd and Harper Audio present The
There we
Essential
are.
Gregory
Yeah.
by Tim Gregory.
Hi, Crystal.
Read by Joe Morton with Christian Gregory, Andre Gaines, and Africa K.
Okay, you can
Kenyatta.
hear it. I have to get it to the right chapter. So give me a second.
Okay, take your time, dear.
You could see the top.
Is that the Wild Tech family behind you, Crystal?
Yes. that's the
Separated
Wild
by
Tech-
almost
Wild Tech
exactly one
tank behind me,
century.
Yes.
Tuesday.
Okay.
was holding a skull. He believed it was his mother's. But he killed her. It was just what was happening.
I see Alex back there.
Aaron Feedy called Gene Frazier, who was in church.
I saw a missed call for me, so I called him back and he said,
Oh my God, man, somebody.
and I said, why? And he said, I found it.
I get on the phone with Gene, and she said, "Wow, we need you. Yeah, we need you right now." And I thought something might have happened. And she said, "We found the body in the backyard."
Hello, Ms. Walker.
Hello, are you ready?
How are you?
I'm fine. Are you
No
ready for the
business
game
like showbiz.
tonight?
You know I'm ready.
Yes, right.
Interview with Mike Wallace, April 10th,
This
19.
one might be good.
Pressure we never actually come in close contact with. You could duck racial prejudice at home in an indirect way for about 10 years before you knew. The only whites you'd come in contact with were the ones in the neighborhood, and they were the best people in the world because
Who
they
is
were
that talking, Crystal?
on the Negro in the neighborhood.
It's the book.
So
it's not
they were
quite
kind of nice to
on the
you.
right point right now.
Yes.
Okay,
The
take
only
your time, dear. You'll get it right.
immediate contact with a nice one.
Let me turn this off. This is so I can turn my TV down.
School was the only place where I could be hurt. What did you mean by that? I had an incident happen to me when I was about 7 years old, when they were taking up money for the community chest. At this time, I wasn't aware that we were poor and on relief. I knew a big truck pulled up to the house, and I thought this was something to be proud of. This was dignity, you know. We won't come get it. You caught me by surprise. And Southern Illinois University. Right. Who helped to put you through school? Yourself? I had a scholarship in track. I ran the mile and the half mile. Oh, really? I won the state championship. You had an athletic scholarship and you majored in business administration, but you left school before graduation. How come? I don't know. Just something that hit me one night. It seemed like I wasn't doing what I really wanted to do. How old are you now? 28. After you left school, you got a job in the Chicago post office, but I understand that your sense of humor cost you your job. How come? Well, the post office struck me as being so amusing. It looked like all the postal help had been there 15 and 20 years, and about the only satisfaction they got out of coming to work was to find a newly hired employee putting an airmail letter in the wrong box. And I love to do this because it looked like this gave them new life. With racial pressure in this country, I found a lot of humor and a lot of comedy in it. So in the post office, anytime I found a letter going to Mississippi, I put it in the foreign box. It was humor to me. If it had been bitterness, I probably would have put it up.
So we're on the book now, Crystal?
How do you account for the fact that you were able to escape all vestige of bitterness?
And this is the voice that we're gonna be listening to?
Yes, so
There's
this is
been
the
so many
interview,
problems.
where we left off last.
You take a situation we had in 1950.
But this is the voice that's gonna be narrating it.
Stamp to the 4
Yes.
cent stamp. And
Okay.
people in certain areas in the South said, we don't want a 4 cent stamp with Abraham Lincoln's picture on it. But they wouldn't get rid of his $5 bills. This strikes me as being very funny. The whole racial idea, if you just twist it around backwards. We portray the Indian in this country as being savage. We invaded his land, and all he was doing was fighting for his land. It's the same thing as if I break into your home, if I can overpower you and win, this is one thing. But why come out 5 years later and paint him being a savage when I broke into your home and ran off with your property? That's right. I don't mean to ask you to do your entire act for us at these prices, but nonetheless, would you care to make some comments on the news? Tell me how you put this stuff together. Do you write your own material? Oh, I'll never write it. It's just a...
So we can't see the words.
Find it. This week, there's been so much going on. You have a situation going in Cuba, the aftermath of the Bay of Pigs invasion. I don't believe it's as big as it is. I can see where good propaganda would make it seem so. In other words, if you had 3 men walk into your house and after you beat up the 3 and had everything under control, you holler out the window saying, there's 50 guys in here.
Are you able to see the words now?
This makes
Thank
me
you, yes.
feel the same thing is happening there. So I just twist it and say, they probably have bigger fights in Xavier Cugat's band. It's just a matter of twisting it. You take Miami. It's one of the few cities where you can go down and shake a tree and 6 oranges and 7 Cubans will fall to the ground. These are the situations you see in the newspaper. You have the Russian that just made it to outer space, which is a wonderful thing. Then you read where you become weightless. He couldn't feel his hands, he couldn't feel his legs, and he floated out of his chair. He said he could write, but he had to hold the pad. Well, I get like that 2 and 3 times a week, and it doesn't cost this country $2 billion. This is the humor that I see. What's the difference between racial prejudice in the North and South? It's actually no difference. In the South, they don't care how close I get as long as I don't get too big. And up North, they don't care how big I get as long as I don't get too close. What are your thoughts on some non-racial topics like President Kennedy? Well, you have to realize one thing. This is the first president we've ever elected in the history of this country that moved into a smaller house. The Bureau of Internal Revenue, now that you're in the higher income tax bracket. Yeah, that's why I smoke so much. I write off about 180 cartons a year on my income tax, and they haven't found a way to get around that. But they told me every time they see me, I better be smoking. Tell me this, Dick, until how recently, I mean this quite seriously, was money a problem for you? Up until a month ago, last year, the whole year in entertainment, I think I cleared about $1,500. In all of 1960, you made $1,500, an average of about $30 a week. Yep. And in 1961, your income will be what, do you figure? From what I've been reading in the paper, they said everything from $500,000 to $800,000 on the assumption that the record takes off and goes as big as they expect. From $1,500 to $500,000 in 1 year. Have you ever tried to analyze why this happened? I don't think you can. I've always believed that if you do what you want to do and work hard at what you believe in, you'll never get cheated. But there must be something special in Dick Gregory that at this time in 1961 suddenly made people latch on to you. I really couldn't say. It might have happened last year or the year before. It's just the right timing, being at the right place at the right time. The biggest break I had was at the Playboy Club filling in for a comic in Chicago. There was a convention in town and the room was filled with Southerners. I've always believed that my act would go with Southerners because as long as you're telling the truth, regardless of how bad it hurts, you played the first time to a room full of Southerners? What happened? I was supposed to go on for 15 minutes and they kept me on the stage for an hour and 10 minutes. My golly. And there was no bitterness? I had a little bit of heckling at the beginning, but once you can handle the hecklers and just stay right on them. When you first tried to get a job with the kind of jokes that you do in Chicago, I would imagine it was kind of tough. It was tough trying to get a job simply because you can't start off in show business in the top nightclubs. And when you are very topical and talking about touchy problems, you have to be in the range to reach the man between the 8 to 15,000 a year bracket. They think differently. They've read the same books. I tell jokes about the Mann Act. Everybody in the nightclubs I'm working now, they've heard about the Mann Act. Telling jokes about Kennedy, I don't use the word Harvard, I use the word Cambridge. And all these people understand. Whereas in the lower nightclubs, in the neighborhood places, this is where you're at a loss with topical material and trying to keep it at that level. There are a lot of touchy things that just by wording it in a certain way, it will go over. You must be a happy fellow. I'm very happy. I can understand. Thanks, Richard, for coming and spending this time. My pleasure. Interview with Paul Krassner, The Realist, September 1961. Gregory was the subject of numerous newspaper and magazine profiles in his first year on the national scene. The most unconventional and perhaps the most revealing was a featured interview in Paul Krassner's renegade satirical publication, The Realist. How do you feel about always being referred to as a Negro comedian? I have no feelings about it one way or the other. I mean, in terms of a label, Lenny Bruce would never be introduced on TV as a Caucasian comedian. In other words, how do you feel about being singled out by color? It's just something we're up against, and we've been up against, and we've learned to accept it and live with it. Because we're the only ones you wouldn't need to say this about. You don't have to say Jackie Robinson is a Negro baseball player unless you're blind. Do you think it would be kind of a sign of total integration if you could be, say, as offensive as Lenny Bruce without feeling you had any special responsibility not to be? Oh, I think I could be just as offensive as Lenny Bruce. It's just a matter of your personality makeup. I'm thinking of a review in the San Francisco Examiner. Dick Nolan wrote that it helps that you are likable as a person, which you wouldn't be, he says, if you had the compulsive urge to shock that is Lenny Bruce's forte. Well, this is just a guy that doesn't like Lenny Bruce. I mean, he would probably say the same thing about Bob Hope against Lenny Bruce. It seems to me you've cut down on the proportion of racial humor in your act. Why is that? Because it's not as topical. Even when I started, I'd say 90% of the act was topical. At the time when I hit it big, every time you'd pick up the paper for a period of 9 months, a black man was in the headlines, either in the Congo situation or aggravated school situation or in some form or another. What newspapers and magazines do you read? All of them. Everyone I get my hands on. Is it true that you have a $1,200 a month phone bill? Oh, sure, because I make phone calls all over the country to find out different things. Last night, I made about 8 calls to find out the effects of the Dag Hammarskjöld thing. It was very frightening. I mean, I know some people that really didn't dig him and they'd love to see him out of there, but not that way. You try to keep up with the headlines in your performances, but with a tragedy like this, you go back and you knock it out. I knocked out everything about the Congo and everything about airplanes. You just knock it out altogether. When you were just getting started, you had all Negro audiences. Now, from what I've seen, you have almost 100% white audiences. Has your material changed in the process? This is automatic. I can go in a white men's club and do an act for 20 minutes on my stocks and bonds. Can't do it in a Negro nightclub. Shelley Berman made $1 million talking about coffee, tea, or milk on the airplane. But how many Negroes have you seen on an airplane compared to whites? So you would do your routine about trains and buses. This is an automatic thing from the economic standpoint. You can get on 1 million subjects in a white nightclub that you couldn't hardly touch in a predominantly Negro nightclub. How could I do a takeoff on the Metropolitan Opera at a Negro nightclub or a Broadway play? How many Negroes have been to New York to see this Broadway play? Whereas in a white nightclub, any place in the country, you can assume they've been there or have read the reviews. If I do a takeoff on expense accounts in a Negro nightclub, I'm dead. Bernard Wolfe wrote in an essay in a book called The Scene Before You that by devious racial irony, the creative Negro, far from being his own spontaneous self, may actually be dramatizing the white man's image of the spontaneous Negro as he really is. Do you think this applies to your style? For example, Dixon Terry, a correspondent for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, wrote that you approached the microphone with a sort of Stephen Fetchit expression on your face. And Bob Rolantz, a reviewer for Billboard, said that you occasionally use a semi-dialect that is not necessary. This is me. See, a white man, and I'm so goddamn sick and tired of a white man telling us about us. He can't. He tells us, wait, take your time. You can't tell me to wait. You're not black 24 hours a day. You don't have any right to tell me to wait on racial equality. I have the right to tell you I'm willing, but you don't have the right, if I'm bleeding and another person's bleeding, I have the right to say, this fellow's hurt worse than I am. Let him go first. You don't have the right to tell me this. And this is the right that the white man has been assuming for years, that he knows more about us than we know about ourselves. And this is wrong. He knows about us what we want him to know. He never follows us home. We know more about him than he knows about us. He does things around us because we don't count that his friends know nothing about. But what the critics say, it's because it makes good print. I talk the way I want to talk. Obviously, then when you use a double negative on stage or when you say miserable instead of miserable, you're not patronizing the audience. No, I talk like this. Check Southern Illinois University, you'll find out. It's just me, period. I'm not trying to prove nothing to no one. The bank president doesn't care how I say it, as long as I get it in there. A friend of mine wrote to Liebman Breweries and asked how come they never had any Negroes as contestants in the Miss Rheingold contest. Now, Schaefer beer, on the other hand, seems to slant toward the Negro market in particular. We have this dual advertising where one company will advertise on the Negro side of town, which I don't go along with at all. I hate it. What's your policy about being booked at clubs in the southern states? Every Negro in show business should take a position not to perform to a segregated audience. But you would perform in the South to an integrated audience. They'd have to pass new laws just for me to get in there. What's your attitude toward playing overseas? Right now, I'm debating. I wouldn't feel right doing my act in London when I know I couldn't do it in Mississippi. That makes it have a propaganda aspect. Wouldn't it be nice if someday I could interview you without asking a single question about race? I couldn't care less. Incidentally, I was supposed to interview you a few days ago, but I understand you flew to Chicago. If it's not too personal, could I ask why? See my family? I have a little baby daughter that's 6 weeks old, and that's the only time I can get home because my schedule never breaks. Have you found that being a financial success has changed you in any way other than that you can afford to be with your family like that? Sure, it changes you in every way. Last year, I could have called a guy a dirty son of a bitch. I do it this year. I got a lawsuit against me.
Part 2.
Hey everybody, it's 1 o'clock. So it should be, I believe the next training starts at 1:30 for you guys. You guys usually stay on, right? After the Wednesday book club? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Any thoughts about the 2 interviews? I know it wasn't much to go on, but anybody have anything to say about the 2 chapters of the chapter we just went through? Any food for thought?
It was interesting how he broke it down, where he could talk at 2 different groups, like England and America, and how he related it, the racial responsibility that deal with both Mississippi and England. Because what I'm trying to say is because I've really never been out of the country.
Mm-hmm.
Even in America, I've only experienced racial prejudice one time. And I was trying to figure out what was going on. I guess I was being naive, because I still don't understand it.
What is it you don't understand?
Mr. Dare, what I don't understand is why you don't like me because of the color of my skin? Why do you feel that I'm inferior to you because of the color of my skin?
Amen.
In other words, if I had the same educational background as you, why can't I get that job that you got? Without, don't look at the color of my skin. Don't look at my name. Look at me as an individual who's just as competent as you are.
Well, I think you started out and you said if. Now, how competent are, we have Black people, even today, we have to move ahead and do something, do whatever we're going to do. We have to do it more we have to do it better.
Yes.
And what, and wait, don't worry. Are you going to go ahead and take a step, look at what's been done, and are you going to go ahead and move to the next level? Use what the white people have already done and move ahead in the next level. I find it very hard to explain this. I know I've talked to recently I got a grandson who just graduated from college, and I talked to him. He started a business, and I talked to him about the business. I suggested to him, go somewhere and go and find how to increase your business. See what other people are doing who are doing the same thing, how they are making progress, how they are selling their product, and see if you can get on just one of these little snips on the television of what you're doing. Doesn't have to be a long commercial, just somebody to guide you and what you think about. As I always told my children, make a plus and a minus list. Make a plus list of what it is you want to do. Make a list of how you want to do it. Look around and see there are Black people who can help you. There are white people too. Just step right on into it. If it's the white person who can lead you better, go to him too. Go to the Black person too and find out what they are doing in their field. And we have to get a little beyond what Dick Gregory did.
Yeah. Mr. Dale, what I'm trying to say is, I don't understand it. I'll give you, for instance, what happened on the news yesterday. The Black lady knocked on the lady's door and the lady shot her. It's true that they had an argument, but what was it that made a white lady think that she was threatened enough to kill the Black lady? Is it because of the times, or is it because I don't understand it? I just don't understand
it. It goes way back. It goes back. Remember when when Blacks first, in the, let's say the 40s, and we started moving into the jobs that white people had. They resented that. And that's when Black people saw what was happening, and saw that they are being mistreated and that they are being denied the work that they had been doing. And white people resented. Look at the white people who are doing this negative action against Black people. Look at them. Look this, and I know the lady is dead because the lady shot her. But look at what is, how do you say it? I know it's hard for us to say it because we have worked hard to get where we are.
Yeah.
That's the thing. We've worked hard to get where we are.
I know you're older than me. I'm 77, but I can't understand why do you hate me simply of the color of my skin.
I don't know. Because my father was a brown skinned person, and my mother was about my complexion. And they got married in the 30s. Late, what, 1800s, early 30s. And they learned to mingle with each other. You know, I was surprised. And the Jews were having the same problem. Their problem was not color of the skin, but their ethnicity, that they were Jews and they couldn't get into the schools they want. And we together, the Jews and the Blacks, we suffered together.
Right, I understand that, Miss Adelaide. But what I don't, Miss Barbara, what I don't understand is, we can walk out the door right now.
Mm-hmm.
We see a white person. All we see is the white person. We don't know whether he's Jewish or anything. All we see is the white person.
Mm-hmm.
And it has ingrained in us, and it has been ingrained in us that they are better than we are. We were told, would you all listen before you say something? Would you all listen before you say something?
Yeah, but I want to say one thing. You know, this iPad is for all colors. We have white people that do come on. We don't want them to feel uncomfortable because, you know, we know what's going on, but we don't want them to feel uncomfortable because I've seen a couple of white people on here, they don't come on anymore. They come on once in the blue. Because they hear these conversations, they run them away. You know, we know what's going on. We know, but
I understand what you're telling me.
So it'd be for all colors.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah, that's all. Now you could continue your conversation. Thank y'all.
I understand that. Yes, and I don't mean no disrespect to no one.
Yeah, it's hard to, because when we look at our families and really look at them, you will see how mixed up we are.
Right.
We really see how mixed, and we are not responsible. I think what's happened with Black people, we just look at the white people and keep on moving because it's nothing we can do about their thoughts. Right now, what we have to do is show that we, whatever color we are, that we can move ahead. We can move with them. We can move around them. I had a friend who was in the service with my husband. He was white, he was Italian, and they were together. They served on Guam together. They went to mass together. And Frank became Uncle Frank. Uncle Frank was a godfather to one of my children. He participated in every wedding and every baptism. That was Uncle Frank.
Right.
But his mother came, he lived in Virginia, he was a dentist. He lived in Virginia, and he said, Barbara, my mother is coming, but you won't meet her. She doesn't like Black people. And we understood. We just said, okay. And because there's nothing we could do about her change of attitude. And I talked to his brother frequently. Frank is dead, but I talked to his brother that he cared for very much. But, you know, I don't know. You know, I think about it, and it's nothing I can do about it.
Right.
We just have to say, okay, like you hear the phone ringing right now. It might be somebody calling up Indian, well, somebody false statement yesterday called up and want me to make a contribution. And I said that right now I can't contribute. So it's one of those things. See, we just have to give it up. If we don't give it up, what we do, we have conversations with ourselves. between this group. And as you said, there were some white people who were with this group, but they've left and they come back every now and then. I'm reading. This is a message from Mom Neil. I got a thing. I'm reading a book about Benjamin Banneker, who made was an astronomer, laid out the city, and the person who is doing it is an Asian person of Asian, but she's gone back and found out how they did it, how she got mixed up, how the family got mixed up. As I say, love does not know color.
Right.
That's the thing. Love. I can in my family right now. Two of my grandchildren, the boy and the girl, both married white people. But guess what? They love them. They take care of them. Right. And these are white people who have had an education. But we got some white people who have an education and they still don't know how to respond to us. And this is their problem, not ours. This is their problem because we are available.
Right.
And you know, I have to say, I'll get over it. You have to put it aside because you know what? It's not, they're going to take it to their grave and they're going to send you to yours if you keep on worrying about it. Excuse me, you lovely ladies. You all keep pretty as you are. Certainly.
Hi, Diane. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Was under the weather, but I'm here. I'm here, thank God.
Oh, yes. It's always nice to see you on. I remember seeing you at the library a few months ago. So it's just nice to still see that you get on and learn more. So,
yes, I have to, yes.
And yes. I just wanted to thank Miss Leach and Miss Walker for sharing, your thoughts. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Everyone say thank you to Crystal for hosting the lunch club today. We really appreciate her effort and consideration with the book club. And everyone say thank you to Crystal, please. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you, Crystal, for coming on afterwards. We appreciate
Thank you, Crystal.
I'm enjoying Dick Gregory. I always thought he was just funny, just talking, everyday talk. So I'm really enjoying the book.
I am as well. It's teaching me a lot more about Mr. Gregory himself.
Yes.
So I enjoy reading you guys every Wednesday, and I look forward to next Wednesday where we can keep.
He got that lady. You at the Florida Museum, Miss Lady. There I see in the background we were talking. I don't see your name. But in the Florida Museum, how do they do Black folks? And where is the Florida Museum? What city? Right here. Ladybug, we were talking about, had the green background. Are you talking about me? Yes.
Oh, I'm not from Florida. I'm from Georgia. I was raised and born in Georgia. And then I went to New York and I came here. I've only been here about 10 years.
Now, where's the Florida Museum?
I don't know. I'm not from Florida. So I don't know where it is.
It's just a background, Miss Walker.
I see it in your background.
That's just a picture I chose. It's just a picture I chose.
Okay. Okay, I was going to say, there's one in St. Petersburg. I know. And the children, it's open there in check. We need to check out our museums and things around. We will learn more about ourselves and how people feel about us and help them learn. White people, encourage them. I know my family in Florida, I call her my granddaughter. She makes sure the children learn about Black folks. They got ass and they got dolls. It's only one girl and two boys, but the girl has dolls. They have she does things with them to expand their background, to keep them aware where they're, because that's where they were born, and they need to know about their area, because we hear a lot about Florida. Keep your eyes on Florida these days.
You better, because they're going to try to take over the whole United States. If DeSantis,
that's right.
DeSantis wants to put us back in slavery. I just hope he realizes that he got a problem with that.
Well, we got to help him with that problem, with his problem. I don't know when he's going to say he's running.
Oh, he already did. He announced it last week.
Oh, he did. All right. Well, he did. He's announced it. So keep your eye on Florida and the things that are happening, because what's happening on Florida can, and I think in some cases has happened around in other states. So, and whether you live there or not, believe me, what happens there can happen here. And look at what it is that's being said. Look at everything of why is Shannon, why is he running? Why does he think? And now Pence is named, and the guy who was governor of New Jersey. Yeah. Keep your eye on these things. I know, we do this. I don't know what you do after this, but keep your eye on politics. I know you get tired of them. I get tired of them too, but there's certain things I try to keep an eye on, because I know what happens somewhere else happens here. You live in the District of Columbia. You know that we have one person, and that's Eleanor, and she can't even vote. We can't vote. All they do is collect our money, and they decide that there's a committee that decides how we're going to spend it. Watch who those people are who's making those decisions against. Did I say against us? No, I guess we say they think they're doing it for us, but they're not really. But keep their eye on them.
I don't know if you've heard about, but a lot of the cruise ships, when they dock in Florida, the people are not getting off and spending their money in Florida. And they're doing that. But these people, DeSantis he's got that high-minded thing that Trump got. They looking to be king of someplace, and they need to go find them a little country and run it.
Well, we can help.
Because they're not going to. If they start messing with us, that guy from Arizona, he wants to take all our voting rights and everything and away from us that we have fought so hard for. I don't know about you, but I'm going to be a loud voice against that.
Well, we got to keep talking.
Because we're paying the highest taxes in the United States.
Yes.
Federal taxes.
Yes.
And we don't have a say so.
When I wake up in the morning and I haven't gotten a phone call, I pray, because the grandson is a policeman.
Amen.
Grandson has made it through the night in Florida.
God
have mercy. So where he lives, he's made it through the night there. There have been. These little. They are the little things that we have to keep our eye on. We really do. We have to keep and your children may not live here. Fortunately, our children have had the opportunities to get jobs in other places. They don't have to live in Florida. They can live in any state. in the city. Keep the eye on what's happening. Yes.
Yeah, you got we've got to all be aware. See, I think Diane, we kind of grew up in an environment where they didn't discuss racial stuff too much. So
No,
I was like, when I saw Martin Luther King, that was my eye-opening situation. Because I went to Catholic schools, they didn't have that mess up in there. If they had it, and they found out about it, you got in the office and the nuns and the priests would talk to the family and tell them, your child cannot come here and call anybody out of their name. They didn't allow the N-word. They didn't allow any type of discrimination and racial in the school I went to. Now, I don't know about other people, but in the two schools I went to, there was none of that going on.
no.
And so when I got to Howard, I said, where did these people come from? You know, what is going on here?
Man, you know what, Ann? I feel as though somebody called me a nigger. I'm not paying that no attention. That's not my name. I have a name.
Okay.
No, I don't pay attention to it now, but
that's my name, not nigger.
That's right.
So I don't pay that until I have a name.
Yeah,
and that's not my name.
See, they go through these things, and now our Black kids are using it in songs and all this other vulgarity.
Yeah.
And now little kids, and I mean, just like this guy's going to prison for 25 years, and they asked him why he shot the guy. He said, because he dissed me. He said, well, how did he diss you? He rolled his eye at me. So who the heck did you think you were?
Well,
you can't.
Okay, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry I had to cut your conversation short, but it is that time. It is now the 1:30 hour, and we're going to be looking at Module 2. And before we get into Module 2, I'd like to find out, do we have any first-timers? Anyone here for the first time?
Teresa, what did you just say?
Do we have any first-timers?
We have Miss Geneva Moore. This is her second class. She attended yesterday. So let's welcome Miss Geneva to our class. That is the first time, the only first timer I see, but we have a couple.
Barbara Robinson.
Third time. Oh, yes.
Welcome.
Nice. Yes, welcome to the program. Thanks for completing your one-on-one.
Hi, Miss Robinson.
Hello.
Yes, we also have, again, some second and third timers. Miss Bernardine Lawrence, welcome to our program that I see. And welcome to our newcomers that just joined the program. Thanks so much for your participation. Yes, Miss Annie, yes. We see you. So again, thank you so much for participating. We hope you enjoy.
Yeah. All right. I'll begin sharing my screen and we will move right into, okay. So we're at Module 2 today, especially for those beginners. I guess you'll learn something new. And for those who are not new and have seen this module many times over, I hope there's something new that you will discover today. But before we get into it, I will read our disclaimer. The Wilderness Technology Alliance, DC, Senior iPad Program, its owners and presenters offer technical assistance, virtual health, well-being information designed for educational purposes only. You should not rely on the information in any applications or topics made by the Wilderness Technology Alliance, including but not limited to mobile and device applications, any social media pages maintained by the Wilderness Technology Alliance DC Senior iPad Program, its owners or presenters, as a substitute for professional professional medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. Thank you for listening to that. So let's just touch on, especially for those newcomers, our program guidelines. So this program, as you, for the newcomers, is providing you with an iPad loan until you complete the program requirements. You have access to the internet. The fact that you're here in classroom says that you do, and that is provided, that's cellular data provided by DACL. It's a paid subscription by DACL. You also receive, prior to entering into the virtual classroom, individual telephone training online, and now you're doing your online training. We do have face-to-face library training, and of course, most importantly, tech support. In order for you to claim that the iPad is yours, at some point, you must participate in at least 60 tech trainings over Zoom held throughout the year. You must respond to the midterm survey that will be emailed to you after you've been in the program for about 90 days. And of course, you must remain in sole possession of your iPad, and you must at least utilize it at least 3 times per week and read your emails daily, Monday through Friday. All right, so what is our midterm survey? It's a survey that should arrive via email after you've been in the program for about 90 days or so. And these are questions that's asking you, is the iPad making a difference in your life? Has it improved your lifestyle? And is there anything more we can do to get the iPad to be a real functional device for you? When it arrives, this is what it looks like in your email. Google form, you tap on where it says fill out the form and follow the questions accordingly. All right, so if you have any questions about attendance, you can always email attendance@wildtech.org. If you have never received your survey and wondering where is it, you can email survey@wildtech.org. And for library training, which is face-to-face training, to schedule that, you'll need to either email library@wildtech.org or call 202-800-6868 between Monday through Friday between the hours of 10 to 4 p.m. And if you need any kind of help with regards to your iPad or the program, you call the help desk at 202, again, 800-6868, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Now, for those library trainings that I mentioned, we were having one tomorrow at Anacostia, 1800 Good Hope Road, Southeast, from 1:30 to 4:30. Then on next Monday, June the 12th, at Woodbridge, 1801 Hamlin Street, Northeast, 12:30 to 3:30. Tuesday, June 13th, at Shaw, 630 7th Street, Northwest, 1:30 to 4:30. And then on Wednesday, June 14th, at Francis Gregory, 3660 Alabama Avenue, Southeast, 12:30 to 3:30. Now, these are not walking appointments. You have to call ahead and schedule, because we like to keep it one-on-one. That's the only way we can do so, by having you reserving your slot by calling area code 202-800-6868, or if you're email savvy, you can email library@wildtech.org to reserve your time slot. All right. So I don't know if we have anybody not showing their name.
Oh, everybody's good, Teresa, for now.
Everybody's good. All right.
Just not a Zoom user, but everyone's doing a great job at renaming yourselves. So we really appreciate it. So thank you so much.
Right. For those newcomers, if you wish to raise your hand during the session, you must do so virtually. How do you do that? You look for the Zoom toolbar, and then you look on that Zoom bar for what it says participant. tap on that participant icon and you have a drop down that looks like this one. Tap where it says raise hand and your hand will be raised. And then we'll know that you have a question. We don't, during the lecture, we try not to answer questions until after. So if you have problems with remembering, you might want to get pen and paper and write down your questions so that at the end that you raise your hands and we can address your questions. So today we're covering introduction to battery and your power of your iPad, buttons and connectors, the speakers on your iPad, camera and a microphone, Siri, which is a personal assistant that you most likely enjoy using, and then some of the accessibility features that come built in with your iPad. So you've received a 9th generation iPad, okay? It was manufactured in 2021, so it's not that old, a couple years old. You received a version that has both Wi-Fi and cellular broadband, which is a little bit more than this $329. Okay. Now we're going to look at the various buttons and connectors on your iPad, as you can see labeled here. We'll look at the front camera, where that's located, where the power on and off buttons are, volume button, the home button or touch ID button. We'll look at what's going on at the back of your iPad, where you your Lightning USB cable that is which is used to charge your device, and the adapter that provides the power to do so. All right, so we'll begin with the power button. The fact that you're here says you knew where the power button is, but we still like to touch on it. So if you wanted to power off your iPad, you would press and hold your iPad and, when it's off. When the iPad is off and you want to power it on, you'd want to tap on this button right here, and I'll show you where it is in a different view. Press and hold it and it will power it on. You could do what is called the power button to put the iPad into sleep or standby mode, which is what I often do. Instead of powering it off completely, I just put it in sleep mode. And when it's on, touch the power button to turn the iPad from sleep mode. Yep, to get it back up, working, get it out of sleep mode. If you feel you need it to really fully shut down the device when it's on touch, you need to touch and hold the power button for 3 to 5 seconds. You see a red slider telling you slide to power off. You tap that and it will completely shut down your iPad. Now to get it back on again, you simply look for that power button and power it back on, holding it for, maybe 3 seconds or so. Should power it on. Now the battery life for a 9th generation iPad lasts anyway for around 10 hours. So you can practically use your iPad during your awake hours, and then at night you plug it in to charge it. Now we're going to look at the front camera of your iPad. They said it's a 12 megapixel camera that's capable of taking beautiful photos, and it can capture 4K video as well. You can capture video, and even film in slow motion. The front-facing camera is primarily designed for FaceTime. We'll look at what FaceTime is. We just talked about the power button. Now, if you were holding your iPad vertically or portrait style, your power button would be to the top right-hand corner. Your volume button is found to the side of the device. The physical buttons are on the side. The top button is to turn up volume, and the bottom one is to turn down the volume. This is what it looks like in close-up. This is power up. This one is powered down. No, not power, lower the volume. All right. Now we're going to look at your speakers. There are two of them, as you could see. This is one, there's the other. And this is where you plug in your USB cable to charge up, get the iPad charged right here. The front camera, as I mentioned earlier, takes beautiful pictures. Now, what do you do to take those beautiful pictures? Well, first you want to look for this icon here, the camera. If you were to tap on that, you can take a selfie. You can take whatever it is that you like. And once it's taken, the image is then goes automatically to this app. This is where this multicolor looking icon here, this is the app that stores the images that are taken by the camera. Okay. Your rear camera, the one at the back, has the lens facing away from the user, just like a regular digital camera. You can take a photo or a video, yes, on your iPad. And again, when you take it, the image goes to this app. So if you want to, you take a picture and you want to see the image, you would want to go to your iPad. You want to look for this app here, tap on it, and then you'll find all the pictures that you've ever taken in that photo gallery. Now, to take a photo, you simply, of course, you'd want to look for that icon that looks like a camera here on your home screen. Or you could swipe left on the lock screen to open your camera in photo mode. So there's one way to get the camera powered up and ready to go. And then once you've done it, you can tap the shutter button or press either the volume button to take the photograph. Yeah, the shutter button or the volume button to take the photograph. Okay. Now, if you needed flash for whatever reason, you look for this lightning bolt symbol here and turn that on. You tap on it and flash would be ready to go. If you wanted to like take a group photograph and you wanted to be a part of it, so then you would set up your timer and get everything going, and then you can set it up with 3 or 10 seconds, step away into your group, and it will then take that photograph for you. Now we're going to look at how does one take a selfie. So here, brief.
Okay, so here's a quick little video on how to take a selfie picture on your iPad. Okay, so here's my iPad, and I'm going to launch the camera app right there. You see it? I'm just going to open up the camera app. Now, when the camera app opens, it's usually it's with the backwards, the camera on the back of the iPad. So that's why I can see all around the room. But I got to turn it around so it can be in the selfie mode. So I'm going to tap the little button up here that turns the camera around. So now it's got the front camera activated, and I'm going to center my face on there nice and good. Now make sure when you do it, your top of your head is near the top of the screen. You don't want to be taking a selfie like this. You want to kind of get things right and look right at the camera when you press the little shutter button over here. So 1, 2, 3, nice smile, click, there I am. And there's my nice little selfie. And that's how to take a selfie on an iPad.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so your microphone, you got the rear microphone. It's located at the back of the device. The speakers are located at the bottom of the device. If your microphone is not working, perhaps you need to turn on the app access to a microphone. You would need to go to settings, and while you're in settings, you go to look for privacy and then microphone, and you'll be able to turn on your microphone if it's off. Activate Touch ID. So the home button also has a fingerprint sensor on it. Once you have Touch ID set up on your iPad, you can use a finger to do many things, such as opening the iPad from the lock screen without typing in your passcode and verifying that you want to buy something in the App Store. So let's talk about what this is. So this is also known as your home button. as well as your Touch ID. Now, Touch ID is a biometric way of identifying who you are using your fingerprint. Yep. So they're saying that a fingerprint, that's if you want to lock your iPad down, giving no one else access to it but you. Yeah, they're saying that the fingerprint is one of the most secure methods of locking your iPad because after all, the chances of someone else with the same fingerprint coming across your iPad is pretty small, okay? Your fingerprint never leaves the physical device. That means it can't be accessed by NSA hackers or anyone else because your fingerprint biologically is supposed to be unique. So if you care to lock your iPad where no one else can have access to it, you might want to use a passcode, which we'll talk about later, or use the Touch ID feature to lock it down. All right, so the iPad's home button, again, is that small circular button at the bottom of the iPad. It's also the only button on the face of the tablet. The most important use of the home button is to take you to the home screen, which houses all your app icons. If you're inside a particular app, you can hit the home button to exit the app, revealing the home screen. But there are many other iPad features that you activate using the home button. So let's look at them. For example, here it is. It's usually, it is located at the very bottom if you're holding your iPad portrait style. And it's also used for activating Siri. Now, Siri, we'll talk about in a little while, is a personal assistant built in to your iPad that helps you with many things. You can use your home button also to activate Siri. Here's a closer shot of your home button. So your home button will turn you to the home screen. It will enable Siri. If you press it twice, you might lock the Apple Pay to lock so that no one can get it. You press it twice while unlocked to open multitasking screen. You can press the home button and the power button simultaneously to take a screenshot. Yeah, you want to take a screen, what's on your screen? You hold this button as well as the power button together, and simultaneously you can take a screenshot. The iPad has ways to open apps that are much quicker than hunting through page after page of icons searching for the right one. And so that falls under the feature of multitasking. The fastest way to get back to an app that you recently used is to launch the multitasking screen by what? Double clicking. Take your thumb and put it on that button, that home button, double click it, and you'll see what happens. What happens is that it'll show you all the apps that you opened at some point that you never closed. And so if you were using Frigo, well, you want to go right back to Frigo, there it is. If you were YouTube at some point, you want to go into YouTube, there it is. Whatever it is, whatever apps you use at some point, you want to access it again real fast, this is how you can do it. You can double click on the home button and then this will open up showing you what apps you have open. And then you access the one you'd like to go to. Using the iPad has a feature where you can use two apps at the same time. Use two apps at once or watch a video while doing something else with the iPad. Multitasking between two apps is a useful and realistic way to work. So you could be probably creating a document or sending an email on one side of the iPad, and then you could be watching a video on the other side of your iPad. Now, there are 3 multitasking modes included with the iPad, and they are, the first one is known as slide over, which lets you quickly open a second page app without leaving the one you're currently in. So you're in one page, and then you can open another one, and that's called slide over. Then the second one is a split view, which enables you to run 2 apps at the same time. And then the third one is picture in picture, which lets you watch a video while still doing other things. Now we're going to look at Siri, your personal assistant, one that you don't have to pay for. So we're going to watch a video on what is Siri right now. But before, I just want to, so what is the main purpose of Siri? This is an app on your iPad. Siri responds to users' spoken questions by speaking back to them through the device's speaker and presenting relevant information on the home screen from certain apps such as the web, search, or calendar. Siri is an excellent personal assistant, and it powers range from keeping you more organized to helping you figure out where you want to go and give you directions to get there. Okay, so now let's watch how does one set up Siri on their iPad. This video will help you to do so.
Hey Siri, do you like Amazon Alexa?
I'm a big fan of good listeners and helpful people.
Hey, have you ever heard of Siri? My guess is yes, especially if you're watching this video. But in case you don't know, Siri is a tool to control your iPhone or iPad with your voice. I wasn't much of a Siri fan when Apple first released this feature, but I find I use Siri more and more for a whole bunch of different things. If you're tired of having to type stuff on a little iPhone screen and you'd like to learn how to control your iPhone by speaking to Siri, then stick around. This short video is for you. Hi, my name is Rich. If this is the first time you visited this channel, then welcome. We're glad you're here. Over the last 2 years, I've been producing simple to follow videos for seniors and beginners on how to use their iPhone and iPad. And today, we're going to take a look at Apple's voice-activated assistant, Siri. And before I get into this, I know that this is not for everyone. My wife is not a fan. She says Siri ignores her or doesn't respond correctly. I have that happen every once in a while too, but there are some basic ways to use Siri that'll make using your iPhone way easier. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. Today, I'm going to show you how to set up Siri and choose a Siri voice, how to make a phone call using Siri, how to create a reminder using Siri, how to send a text using Siri, how to check the weather using Siri, because you always need to know what the weather is, how to ask Siri for directions, and how to ask Siri for really just about anything. Let's get started. All right, the first thing I want to talk to you about is how to set up Siri and choose a Siri voice. And that's kind of important. To do that, you simply go into settings, tap on that, scroll down till you get to Siri and search, tap on that, and make sure you have listen for Hey Siri turned on. If you don't have that turned on, she won't listen or hear you, and you won't get any kind of response. And when you turn it on for the first time, Siri will ask you a number of questions, and you'll answer those so that Siri can get used to your voice and understand what you're asking. You can also press side button for Siri. That way, if you don't want to use the trigger phrase, Hey Siri, and by the way, you do have to use that. If you don't say that, Siri will not pop up. So you can't say, Siri, what time is it? You have to use the trigger phrase. But if you don't want to do that, you can just use the side button on your phone and press that, and Siri will pop up and you can ask a question. You can also choose the voice that you want to listen to. If you choose Siri voice right here, you can choose American, Australian, British, Indian, Irish, or South African. So if you choose British.
I'm Siri. Choose the voice you'd like me to use. Hi, I'm Siri. Choose the voice you'd like me to use. Hi, I'm Siri. Choose the voice you'd like me to use. Hi, I'm Siri. Choose the voice you'd like me to use. Hi, I'm Siri. Choose the voice you'd like me to use.
I think I like that voice best. And that's how you set up and turn on Siri and choose Siri's voice. So the next thing I want to talk to you about is how to make a phone call using Siri. You don't have to tap on the phone. You don't have to go into your contacts. you can just simply ask Siri to make a call. Now, the one thing you do need to know is that the phone number that you're asking Siri to call is in your contacts. That's if you ask Siri to call someone by name. Otherwise, you can just tell Siri the phone number and ask her to call. So here's how that works. Hey Siri, call Rhonda.
Calling Rhonda Bolin. Mobile.
Hey, just testing out Siri. Thanks for picking up. All right, bye. And that's how you use Siri to make a phone call. Pretty simple. So I use Siri a lot to set up reminders for me. And it's very simple. The Reminders app is where I keep track of grocery lists and things that I need to do. And sometimes I don't want to go into the Reminders app and actually type out whatever it is that I'm needing to remember, but I can just ask Siri to do it. And here's how you do that. Hey Siri, remind me to buy milk tomorrow.
Okay, your reminder is set for tomorrow.
Then if you go into reminders, you'll see buy milk is set for tomorrow. And that's it. That's how you ask Siri to remind you to do something. You can also ask Siri to send a text message for you if you don't really want to type out a text message. Sometimes typing on the iPhone for me is not the easiest thing. That keyboard is kind of little on there. I'm used to it and I can do it. But you don't have to do that. You can just ask Siri to text someone. And this is how it works. Hey Siri, text Lindsay.
What do you want to say?
I hope you're having a good day! Exclamation point.
Your message to Lindsay says, I hope you're having a good day. Ready to send it?
Send.
Okay, it's sent.
And that's it. That's how easy it is to have Siri send a text message for you. The next thing I want to show you is how to ask Siri about the weather. You know, you've got a weather app on your phone, but sometimes you're not near your phone or you don't want to open the weather app. So you can just ask Siri, and this is how it works. Hey Siri, what's the weather today?
It's currently clear and 57 degrees. Expect mostly cloudy skies starting in the morning. Today's high will be 72 degrees and the low will be 57.
And that's it. That is really simple. You didn't have to go into the app or anything. You just ask Siri what the weather is going to be today. You can also ask Siri for directions, and you can ask for directions to someone who's listed in your contacts, or even if they're not listed in your contacts, you can ask for directions. And this is how you do it. Hey Siri, give me directions to Home Depot.
One option I found is the Home Depot on Retail Drive in Wake Forest. Is that the one you want?
Yes.
Getting directions to the Home Depot.
And that's all you have to do to get directions using Siri. Really, really simple. You know, the last thing I want to show you is really more humorous than anything else, but you can really ask Siri any question that you want, and she'll be able to answer it for you. For example, hey Siri, do you like the Cincinnati Bengals?
I'm sure the Bengals are very good, but I'm not really one to judge.
Hey Siri, do you like the Los Angeles Rams?
I suppose so. I don't really have an opinion.
Hey Siri, when was Lucille Ball born?
Lucille Ball was born August 6th, 1911.
Hey Siri, do you watch YouTube videos?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
No thanks.
Okay.
So as you can see, you can ask Siri just about anything, like math questions. Hey Siri, what is 547 times 12?
547 times 12 is 6,564.
Once you get the hang of using Siri, you'll find out just how useful she can be. And it's really handy to be able to just ask Siri something without having to go on your phone and, type something out. Siri can do way more than I just covered, but my goal in this video was to just show you the basics and maybe get you interested in using Siri. Let me know in the comments below if you use Siri and if Siri works for you. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, let me get back to our slides. Okay, so basically, as mentioned in the video, to set up Siri, you have to go into settings. And once you're in settings, you're gonna look for Siri, look for the Siri app, tap on that, and follow the instructions. It will actually tell you how to, step by step, how to get your Siri assistants up and running and useful. All right, so now we're going to look at some accessibility features. Many of you may have struggles with hearing, limited vision, and sometimes even with the functionality of your fingers. So let's look and see what this iPad comes with as far as aiding you in that area. So your accessibility features are found, again, to set them up, you must go to settings to do so. And they have many of them that could be useful for you. There's voiceover, there's how to zoom in to see things, how to hover, how to display text larger, and so forth. So let's look at some of the various features. The first one we're going to look at is assistive touch, which you must set up from settings again. So you must go into accessibility and then into settings and then look for assistive touch. Assistive touch is basically used for, let's say, if your home button is damaged and no longer working for whatever reason, you could turn this option on and to enable a virtual one. And there's more to it than just what we see here with the eye. But in there are many features already configured to, like shortcuts, to assist you, especially navigating around the iPad. But you have to set it up to do so. So we're not going to get in the actual setup, but if you would like to learn more about assistive touch, you can call the help desk and they will be able to help you set it up, and it will become a useful feature that would aid you in navigating your iPad. So the iPad provides many accessibility features to support your vision, physical and motor, hearing, and learning needs. So let's look at some of them. If you look at my screen here, here are some of them that are in place. So I'm in the accessibility portion of settings, and they have all these various ones here. Audio and video, hearing accessibility, guided access, home button accessibility feature, how to hover over text, keyboard accessibility features, how to increase your contrast, how to use the magnifier to see things in a larger scale, voiceover. So the first thing we're going to learn about is the voiceover. Well, first,
you can customize accessibility settings on an app-by-app basis to work best for you. Here's how. In your accessibility settings, scroll down and tap Per App Settings. Tap Add App. Choose an app you'd like to customize. Now, tap the app you just added in the app customization list. Then customize the app settings to work best for you. You can adjust settings like text size, reduce motion, increase contrast, and more. The next time you open the app, you'll see the changes you've made. Customize settings app by app.
All right, so what she just talked about, you have various apps on your device, and each one of them needs to be customized for accessibility features. So for example, she went into the email app and customized that. You would have to do the same if you wanted to increase the font size in your email app. So when you read your emails, you would have to go into iMessage to customize that app. Each app you need to go into to actually customize their features for accessibility. So that's basically what she just went over. Let's move to my next slide. All right, so to turn on accessibility features during setup, this is basically some of the features you may want to start with. For example, you can turn on VoiceOver, and to do so, you can triple click the home button on the iPad, and that would get your VoiceOver up and running. But let's find out more about it. What is VoiceOver in a little while? And then it says to turn on Zoom. Instead of triple clicking, you double tap the screen with 3 fingers, and you'll be able to zoom in on anything on your iPad. In other words, make it, enlarging it to see it better. And then if you want to turn on what is known as switch control, get larger text, smart invert, or choose a language, you can also, that's available. For example, if your first language is not English and you want to look for Spanish, it will assist you in that area. All right, so we're going to look at VoiceOver. With VoiceOver, it's a gesture-based screen reader. You can use your iPad even if you can't see the screen. Yes, can't see it. VoiceOver gives audible descriptions of what's on your screen, from battery level to who's calling, to which app your finger is on. You can also adjust the speaking rate and pitch to suit your needs. So if it's too fast, you can adjust it to a slower rate. When you touch the screen or drag your finger over, VoiceOver speaks the name of the item your finger is on, including the icons and text. To interact with the item that's on your screen, you would then, such as the button or the link, or to navigate it, you can use VoiceOver gestures. So let's look at that. So when you go to a new screen, VoiceOver plays a sound, then selects and speak the name of the item. And that is usually typically on the top left-hand corner. VoiceOver will also tell you when your display changes to landscape or orientation or portrait orientation, when the screen becomes dim or locked, and what's active on the lock screen when you wake an iPad. Yes, VoiceOver acts as your eyes for you. So how do we get VoiceOver settings? It begins like this, but it gets.
VoiceOver is a useful tool on iPads for students who are blind or have low vision. VoiceOver describes what is happening on your iPad screen. To enable VoiceOver, go to your iPad settings, select Accessibility, select VoiceOver, and turn VoiceOver on. Settings, landscape. Once VoiceOver is enabled, you can touch or drag your finger around the screen, and VoiceOver tells you what is there. Tap a button to hear a description, then double tap to select. Because VoiceOver is integrated in iOS, it works with built-in and third-party apps.
Assessment of cause and effect from organization folder. Reminders, Google Keep, Classroom.
That's what VoiceOver will do for you. Whatever it is that's on that screen, VoiceOver will actually tell you audibly what is there. All right, so here are some of the VoiceOver gestures. For example, an action, and then we have the gesture that goes with it. If you want to select and speak an item, you'll need to tap or touch the item. If you want to select the previous item, you'd have to swipe left. But I don't expect you to remember these gestures, but just that they're there, you need to be aware of them. Here's some more. Same thing, group, if you want to move into a group of items, you do a finger swipe right, 2 finger swipe left, and so forth. Here's some more. If you want to scroll up a page, you would do a 3 finger swipe down, scroll down a page, a 3 finger swipe up, scroll left, 3 finger to the right, scroll right, 3 fingers to the left. These are using your fingers. All right, again, to get VoiceOver set up, you need to go to settings and accessibility, then VoiceOver. You need to turn it on, and then you could practice while you're in there, the various gestures, tap, double tap, triple tap, swipe left, right, up or down. When you finish practicing, you can tap done and then double tap to exit. All right, your iPad can also read selected text or the whole screen and give you feedback on text corrections with spoken content. Yes, your iPad can do that for you. All right, for those of you who have low vision, VoiceOver, again, enables people with low vision or total blindness to fully access the iPad. Now, if you wanted to use Zoom, the Zoom feature, this is in many apps, you can zoom in or out on specific items. For example, you can double tap or pinch to look closer in photos. Like that, you're seeing a photograph of your grandbaby and you have to squint your eyes to, you can basically just double tap on that image, that picture, and it will zoom. It'll become enlarging, to your likeness. You can also zoom features to magnify the screen, no matter what you're doing. You can magnify the entire screen, which is known as full screen zoom, or magnify part of the screen with a resizable lens, which is called a window zoom, or magnify a portion of the screen that stays in place, which is known as a pinched zoom. And you can use Zoom together with VoiceOver. Yes, you can use them both. All right, so here are some of the accessibility shortcuts, and that's in your iPad found in settings, where you can increase the contrast of your the screen, magnify, get things larger, turn on VoiceOver, zoom into stuff. Okay, and here are the steps again to set up if you wanted to get Zoom, so you could zoom on, get the features going and make it accessible anytime you need it. You'd have to go into settings and actually power it on. It doesn't come on by itself. You have to go in there to do so. All right, you can double tap the screen with 3 fingers or use accessibility shortcuts to turn on Zoom. Yeah. So you can, if you wanted to double tap the screen with 3 fingers, you can actually turn on your Zoom that way. All right, so here's another video on how to make font size larger on your iPad. Again, for low vision or visually impaired. So let's look at this one.
Hey everyone, Mike Mulligan here. Thank you so much for joining me today. I am a certified orientation and mobility specialist, and today I'm going to be talking about an easy and quick way to enlarge the font on either an iPhone or an iPad. So this can be really helpful for somebody who's visually impaired or low vision and benefits from having larger print. So I'm going to give you a quick introduction on how to access this. It's quick and easy. It doesn't require any downloads of apps or anything. It's already built into the iPhone and iPad through their accessibility features. So I'm going to give you a quick demonstration here and show you just how it works. Okay, so let's get into a demonstration here. So in front of me, I have an iPhone X, and this is going to be what I'm going to be using for the demonstration. But enlarging the font can be done on any iPhone or iPad. This is just what I happen to have. So there are two different ways to enlarge the font. And I'm going to explain why there are two different ways in just a second, but I'll show you both of those ways in this demonstration. So first thing is I want to point out that when you enlarge the font, there is really a few applications that this works in. So it doesn't enlarge the phone, but it works with the Mail app, it works with Contacts, it works with Calendar, Phone, Notes, and other apps that support dynamic types. So the app has to have that support function for this enlarging of the font to work. So now I'm going to go into the first way to enlarge the font. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to Settings. So you find the Settings app, you tap that. And then I am looking for where it says Display and Brightness. So once I find Display and Brightness, I'm going to tap that. And there's a few different options here with some pretty cool features. But I'm going to be looking for the one that says Text Size. So I'm going to tap Text Size. And now at the bottom of this screen, there is a little toolbar or a slider where there's a white circle. And if you tap that, you can slide it right to make the font bigger, or swipe it left to make the font smaller. So to the right is larger, to the left is smaller. So I'm gonna put it all the way to the largest and back out and go to a text message. So now my text message text is much larger than it was before. But for some people, that still might not be large enough. So Apple knew this, so they added another function or a way of enlarging the font even more. So I'm going to go back to my home screen, tap Settings, back out of this one. And now I'm going to look for the Accessibility tab. So once I find that, I'm going to tap that. And now I'm looking for the Display and Text Size under the Vision Accessibility Features category. So I'll tap that. And now that I've tapped that, I'm going to be looking for where it says Larger Text. So once I find that, tap Larger Text. And now, again, there's another scroll bar at the bottom that you can swipe left and right. But the first thing you're going to want to do is toggle this on. So normally it's not toggled on. So to toggle it on, you tap that, turns green, and now you can use the scroller. And look how big that gets. So it's much bigger than the normal text size increase. So if you go to the accessibility features, you can really add some size to what you're doing. But as you can tell here on the home screen, the app text names are still the same size, so it doesn't change that. But if I open the text message, it's quite big. So this is really a good way, at least for some of the apps on the phone, to get the text larger and make it a little bit easier to read if you benefit from large print. So hopefully that was helpful. So that's just two ways of easily enlarging the print. And I'd recommend just finding what works for you, what fits your need, and just try it out and see if that'll work for you. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope this video was helpful on learning how to enlarge the font on either an.
All right, so basically, as he mentioned in the video, we are going to, you want to go to Settings and then into Accessibility and follow the prompts to display over here. Once you're in here, you look over here to the right, you tap on that, and then you follow the prompts to adjust your text. Okay, you can hover over it, display and text size or motion. All right, here's a better look at it. You can even bold your text too if it's not, sharp enough for you. Buttons you can also do. You can reduce the transparency to improve the contrast by and blurs if it's, for some backgrounds. You can, here's one, it says differentiate without color, replace user interface items that rely solely on color to convey the information with alternatives. So there are many accessibility features here to explore. code. Now, let's say you want to adjust the text size when using an app. Let's say you're in email and you don't like the size. You're writing an email, you don't like the size of the font. You can adjust it. You can open the control center and then change it from the large one, from the small to large, or vice versa, depending on your needs. Yep, here's a screenshot of me. I'm in accessibility features, and this is what it looks like once it's turned on. These functions are on. It becomes green and white. That's what you're looking for to get them on. This in gray and white says it's not on, but this in green and white is on. Everything is on here. That's what you're looking for. Notice my voice control is turned on here on my home button. Well, you can tap on each one of these to, you can even tap on keyboard to access the accessibility features on your keyboard, and there are several. We're not going to get into that today, but I do get into it during my advanced classes. In fact, I have an accessibility class coming up on June 26th. Monday morning, I'll be getting into the actual accessibility features of your iPad at 10:30 on June 26th. Because I really just touch on them lightly here, but on the actual class, I show you how to do it. And that brings us to the end of today's module 2. Again, we have the library sessions tomorrow and next week. Tomorrow at Anacostia, Monday at Woodbridge, Tuesday at Shaw, and then Wednesday at Francis Gregory. You need to call 202-800-6868 to schedule your one-on-one, because it's not a walking, you must reserve your slot. And we are at the end of the lecture. You may leave the meeting unless you have questions. And we've got some hands. Do we have any hands raised here? I don't see any hands yet. Do you have anything in the chat? Okay, any questions?
Yeah, I got a question. It's Walker here.
Yep, Barbara.
Yes, and when you did sorry, all they talked about was telephone. Is Siri only for telephone?
No, so Siri can be used as a reminder. For example, if you wanted to remind, like, for example, if I have a meeting at 6 tonight and I know for a fact I'm going to not remember I have a 6, I could say, Siri, can you add a reminder that I have a meeting at 6 tonight, and at 6 p.m. at tonight, Siri will come on and say, you have a meeting.
Okay.
Or if I have to pick up things from the grocery store and I'm not conveniently near a pencil and paper to write it down, I can say, Siri, I need milk, I need bread, I need, Siri will remind you that you need those things.
Okay.
If you wanted to find out what date it is, what day the 25th of July is okay, Siri, what day is the 4th of July? And it will tell you, it'll come back and say, it's on Tuesday.
Okay.
It's on a Tuesday. Yeah, Siri's there to answer a lot of the questions that you may have and where does Siri get her information from? She goes on the web, the search to get your answers.
All right.
So you don't have to do it.
All right, thank you.
But that was a very good question, Barbara.
Oh, let's see, that's all. That's the only one I have. This time I may be the 3rd or 4th time I listened to that, and I learned something each time.
Yeah. All right, so we have now Bernadine. Go ahead, Bernadine. Ask your question. Okay, You have a pleasant afternoon, Barbara.
I wanted to know, is Siri on the iPad? Or
Yeah,
is it just
it's
the phone?
it's a feature on your iPad.
Okay, because he was saying the phone, and I wasn't sure if it was also on this iPad.
All right. I'm going to go right now and show you where you can find it. Hold on. I'm going to switch devices and actually begin sharing my screen on the iPad so you could see. Okay, so pay it close attention. And I'm going to go so. All right. I'm now going to go to settings. So we want to find settings, and settings is this gray looking icon up here. I don't know if you can see it on my.
Yes.
I tap on that. And now Siri is going to be found on the left-hand side. However, if, let's say I'm in my settings and I don't see it, I can simply just type in the word Siri, S-E-R-I, and there she pops up. And Siri, I'm in Siri right now. And see this strange looking, multicolored looking image here in settings? Can you see that?
Yes.
With a Siri and search, I could tap on that. And there I can, Siri's already set up in my iPad, but if you wanted to get set up, you would do exactly what I did. And then just, for example, you can, right now mine is toggled on, but yours, if Siri isn't set up, and I believe it's not, you would need to toggle it on, and from gray and white to green and white, and then begin to set up. Siri recognizes you through your voice. So Siri will ask you to say certain things to that they could capture your voice. And once she captures your voice, when she hears your voice, she'll then respond.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Bernadine. Have a pleasant afternoon. And that was a very good question. Any other questions before we end today's session? Any other questions? Hello?
Hello.
Is that Carrie? Is that you?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Yes. You're learning how to raise your hand. Very good. That's what I want to see, Carrie.
Thank you. Yeah,
hand.
I'm trying to get it. I didn't quite get all of the voiceover.
Right. I didn't expect you to.
Okay.
But let's, I'm going to look at my screen, and I'm going to actually go to the voiceover feature in the iPad. And I'm going to type in voiceover. And there you go. Can you see on my iPad where it says voiceover on the screen?
Voiceover.
Are you able to see that? On the left-hand side of my screen?
Left hand. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to tap on it, and it's now going to take me to the voiceover features.
Okay.
And now, as you could see, my voiceover is turned off because it's grayed out, but I can turn it on. And now it's now turned on. I could set the language. What if I didn't speak English? I can switch it to the language I'd like for it to listen to. So let's say
English.
What if Spanish? Yeah, I can go to
No,
Spanish.
I wasn't saying Spanish.
Yeah,
English.
but whatever your language is, you could choose.
Yeah, right.
So that was the language for. Now I can import. There's so many features here to set up, but voiceover is now on, and I can follow the prompts. Now, here's some other things that you will want to explore while in voiceover. For example, let's look at that. That was the control. Here is the actual voice here. My speech.
Voiceover on. Settings. Faux. Search field.
Did you hear?
Double tap to edit.
Mhm. That's voiceover. I don't have to see. It's actually telling me what to do if I can't see to read it. It's asked me to double tap to edit. So I can double tap.
Switching hell. To stop hell. Perform a 4-finger double tap or 2-finger scrub. Or press
I don't
escape on the
understand her.
So this is voiceover list
I
helping me
don't
if I
understand
can't.
her voice.
Yes. If I want Braille, I can tap on
Touch.
Braille.
Speak item.
I speech.
Touch. Speak item. The microphone is already being used by another application. Voice control will quit.
Right. So she's telling me that I'm using Zoom. So I can't use the features here in VoiceOver because I'm using the microphone for Zoom to speak to you. But if I wasn't on Zoom, she would be able to assist me by speaking wherever I will tell me what is going on, what's on my screen, what I'm tapping on, if I can't see what I'm tapping on. But I think you'll need an in-depth understanding of how to use it. So there are two ways. Carrie is your name.
Yeah.
You can call the help desk and they can get you set up with getting someone to contact you to help you set up VoiceOver.
Okay.
Help.
The number is.
Have someone call you and help you get it set up on your device.
Your number is 202 what?
202 800
800.
68.
You said 800?
Yep, 800 68 68.
Going to be quiet today.
Okay, then.
And then tell them you need help with VoiceOver. And then they'll have contact you and schedule a date when they'll call you and time and help you get it set up. Okay?
Well, thank you so very much.
So remember to call that number.
Okay, I will.
All right, Carrie, have a pleasant afternoon. That's a very good question.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome. All right, we're going to go to Carmen. Carmen, how are you? Carmen?
And I brought it, and I bought a garlic.
So we have some distraction here. I don't know whose voice we're hearing, but I'm going to ask you to mute your device. Carmen, go ahead and unmute and ask your question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Yes, what I wanted to know is, now I don't have an iPhone, and everything on the iPhone and the iPad are interchangeable with Siri?
Yep, same app. That is correct.
Okay, that's what I needed to know.
So Siri will recognize you on your iPhone or your iPad, but they must know you have to switch them on both devices.
Right.
Okay.
And if you just have the one device, I only have the iPad.
Right.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question, Carmen. All right. Would you kindly, there's somebody saying, thank you very much for today. Okay, thank you, Vincent. Vincent just sent me an email. Okay. Any other questions? Who else do we have? We have Sid. Go ahead, Sid.
Hi, Teresa. Thank you so much. I had a quick question about how to close all those apps that are on when I double click on my home page. It's like everything I ever looked at is open. How do I get rid of those? Because I think they kill my battery so fast.
Well, let's go there right now. Can you see my screen? I'm going to go there right now. So I'm going to double click, which is known as multitasking. I'm going to double click.
Okay. Switcher.
And there you go, all those open apps that you just spoke of. I double click. Now, how do I close them? I look for the X upper right-hand corner of each of them. And I can bring. Oh, my voice Yeah, my voiceover is on.
With 3 fingers to close the app.
Let me go back and turn my voiceover off first.
Double tap to
I need to turn off voiceover.
voiceover. Voiceover. On. Voiceover. Tap P. Search results. Voiceover.
Hold on.
On. Search results. Voiceover.
Uh-uh.
On. Go. Search results.
Hold on.
Go. Oscar. Voiceover.
Now I gotta get it
Voiceover.
off.
Voiceover. Voiceover. Alert. Screen broadcasting. Voiceover off.
Okay, I think I turned it off. I think that I did. So I'm now going to go back to your question. Here are the apps that are open. So I basically can tap on them and just close them off.
So you gotta share your screen.
I don't see the X on them to tap them off.
Yeah, you don't hit the X.
You don't see the X?
Instead, you just swipe up. You swipe up to close the app.
Got you. Okay, so
Does that answer your question? Thank you, Alex, for. Okay, any other questions? I see Adele. Adele, are you there? Did you have a question? No? All
Yes,
right.
I'm here, but I didn't have a question. Just want to say hello
It's
to
nice to
everyone.
see you, Adele. Yeah, it's always a lovely thing to see your beautiful smile.
Thank you. Yours too.
All right, do we have any other questions before we sign off today? And again, Carrie, welcome. We hope to see more of you. Keep asking those questions, Carrie. You'll learn eventually. Okay. All right, so I'm going to call it a night by saying goodbye and thank you for your participation in today's module 2. I look forward to seeing, in fact, all of you or most of you tomorrow. That would be Thursday. We have 2 things happening tomorrow. Of course, we have the lunch hour. And then followed by that, we have the DC Public Library with what is called an all information. Anything you want to learn about the library, books, digital books, free movies, they're there to answer those questions. How to get a library card. I lost my card. What do I need? Anything you want to know, they are there. They'll be there at 1:30 tomorrow. Okay?
They're
They'll
actually
even
doing
talk
an
about
open
their
mic
apps.
program, Teresa. They're doing their open mic program. So what they discussed
Open mic.
last month. So they're I think it's the poetry thing that they're doing. I'm not sure, but it's,
Okay.
yeah, so it's an open mic program, but yes, they're available to assist with questions afterwards if time is available.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Alex. And so we'll see you tomorrow. And if we don't see you tomorrow, we'll see you on Friday when we now have, we have 2 things on Friday. We have the morning session where I'm actually doing the Apple device security features, explaining about how your Apple device functions, what Apple is responsible for, iCloud, keychain, saving passwords, things of that nature. That will be Friday morning. And then in the afternoon, we have module 3, emails, all about emails, okay? And your email app on your iPad. So God bless you. Have a wonderful evening and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, everybody.
See you later. Adios. Everybody have a blessed
Bye-bye.
day.
Bye.
See you, Teresa.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. all.